Okay, here we go. I don't know exactly how long each video on Twitch has before it just gets auto-deleted. I think it's like 2 weeks or something. It's been like 5 days since I participated in the Big 20 event. Yeah, specifically the 15th one. Yeah, I tried just getting myself ready for number 14, like one that happened about a year and a half before, but I got pretty quickly overwhelmed with the game list since a majority of that was stuff I literally never even heard of, let alone done speedruns of, so I just gave up on Big 20 number 14, but Big 20 number 15 had at least like a few more games that I actually knew of. Granted, all the classic SMB titles I never did speedruns of, so sure I know how to beat the games, but beating them fast, not so much. But still, I did do well enough to, first things first, like get myself in shape in just like 3 weeks to actually participate in this Big 20. And then I finished with a clear time of about 4 hours and 17 minutes. Yeah, so long story short, I had a lot of fun with this event. Even if I ran into quite a few mental blocks with some of the practice, for example, like, off the top of my head I was thinking, like, the Area 3 Blaster Master boss would be impossible for me to get down, but you'll just have to see how that goes in this full run. I also had particularly quite a little bit of trouble with Zelda 1. Okay, here's where I'm pretty sure the run just outright starts. Yeah, so the run just basically starts here. I think it might have been... No, I think the timer actually started for, like, the official race itself the moment that I just pressed start on the start screen, but I start this timer a little bit later, like 3 seconds. Yeah, so the first game out of 20 different NES games. Granted, they're not full games, otherwise we probably would have been there all week. First game we were asked to run classic Super Mario Bros. But the goal of this run, it's not a full run of the game. You're not trying to get to 8-4, instead you're trying to get to World 5-4. And I do think I don't have that much to say about the run currently. I did okay. I didn't do spectacular on Super Mario Bros. I mean, when it came to like most of the runs actually that I was just less familiar with, the main benchmark I was shooting for was to just not take any deaths, unless the deaths were minor enough. Okay, I'm already slowing down quite a bit. Yeah. I'm not a master SMB1 speedrunner, probably never will be. If you want to optimize any percent, good fucking luck. Good fucking luck trying to just shave off one single frame at a time from the world record. Like, if you even so much as to just take off a single frame off the WR, you will be, like, revered as, like, a god. That's how optimized any percent is. Warpless is still pretty fucking crazy, but any percent's on a whole other level. Yeah, so we want to go to World 5-4, so still take the warp to World 4. And of course I grab a lot of extra power-ups just in case I do run into something and die. And there's just the classic hitboxes on the piranha plants that are a lot smaller than they appear. Yeah, that level's actually easy enough. Minus the flagpole glitch, which I'm not going for. Yeah, so just checking my mic's plugged in, it definitely is. Yeah, so instead of taking the vine to get to the warp zone with pipes to 6, 7, and 8, we're going up the top of 4-2, and then behind the pipe that puts you, that would normally just take you to 4-3, behind that is a single warp zone pipe to 5. And I just slide right past that. So then just play through these 4 levels normally, pretty much. And ideally don't die. Thinking about it now, I do think that was a little unnecessary to get the star. Maybe only about 2 seconds spent grabbing it, but you pretty much don't die unless you just accidentally jump in a pit or something. I mean, as you're gonna see with a lot of these runs, I'm thinking less about going as fast as humanly possible and just more or less trying to avoid major time losses in the form of just deaths. So the quality of a lot of these runs just overall suffers from me just trying to, like, avoid, like, taking nasty deaths and game overs throughout the entire marathon, more or less. Except for, like, a few games that I actually did speedruns of before entering this Big 20. So again, I'm just falling back on another, like, backup power-up. And then figured out I could just jump from up there. And then just did that. Yeah, then you get to have fun with bullet bills up here. Didn't go too fast, didn't go too slow. Except for that, the patterns weren't too god-awful on the bullet bills. Except for that one, me just jumping into it directly. So I enter 5-4 with no power-ups. So of course I'd be thinking maybe I could grab the mushroom in case I make it to Bowser and then need to just tank a hit there, but ultimately just have decided against that. And then just exercise a little bit more caution on Bowser when we get there. And even these fireballs too leading up to him. If I jump too fast, too far, and commit to something, and a fireball is right in the trajectory of my jump, I die. And then I just settle on riding the platform, I guess. So at least it didn't take a death or anything, but still. I had like a few faster runs just in practice, but of course, like, that was just after like a handful of attempts back to back. Oh, and also between every game except for the switch from Blaster Master to Kid Icarus, there's a mandatory 30-second wait. And you spend you spend a little bit of that time, of course, just actually swapping games. And then just getting yourself ready to just press start and then just begin that run. Which in the case of Ninja Gaiden is also not a full game run, it's get to 4-4, so complete Act 4, which has Kelberos at the end of it. So if you know anything about speedrunning the first Ninja Gaiden, you would have liked to have gone up to that ledge, but I missed that. And also, spin slash blows the other sub-weapons your Ryu could get out of the water. Yeah, so wherever you can get spin slash, get spin slash. And you really want to just have it every time you go into a boss fight, because you can do that. Yeah, I think a good 4 or 5 times, actually. Assuming we start the timer on, like, pressing start on the title screen and then just actually stopping time, like, when the screen fully fades to black after killing Kelberos and after the timer counted down. Assuming that that's start and end. Did this quite a few times in just a little over 7 minutes, like about 4 or 5 times. Trying to breach 7 minutes with those timing rules, but never quite got around to it. So going into Ninja Gaiden, I wasn't too nervous. Not too nervous going into Ninja Gaiden, one of the hardest games ever made on the NES. Even just in general. Well, mainly because, yeah, I've done a few speedruns in Ninja Gaiden before going into this Big 20. And funnily enough, yeah, like, one of the previous Big 20s got me hyped enough to actually try Ninja Gaiden speedrunning. Specifically the 13th one, where this was actually the final game in that lineup, and the goal was beat the whole thing, and not just, like, get the Kelberos in 4-4 and kill him instead. Yeah, so our Ninja Gaiden run here doesn't have, like, a bunch of the hardest stages in the game. Yeah, 5 and 6, more or less, sort of like marks the point where my run becomes a desperate struggle for survival, as opposed to, like, an actual speed run in some parts. But yeah, we don't have to do that here, so I was already just by default a lot less worried about Ninja Gaiden with the fewer stages. Yeah, so that's already 2x down. Yeah, so here, I grab the R of the fire wheel because I know here I cannot get spin slash in Act 3. So I just, yeah, because everyone else opts for that when they can't get spin slash to deal with the Act 3 boss. And then these Hammer Bros just ended up being a lot more annoying than I had any right to be. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that slowed me down a bit, pissed me off a little, but I mean, at least I could just keep on going, so that's what I did. Yeah, here I waste almost no time. I still play this very safely, though. I do think going into this fight, I think I could have had a better kill here. Yeah. Obviously, we could have had a much better Berserker kill if I'm just literally firing my fire wheel the wrong direction. And then we get, like, Act 4, so after we get to the end of this, it's basically just game swap again. Then again, usually here, I get to this point pretty often with just a little more ninpo, so I was thinking, what am I gonna do here with the shortened ninpo? And then, hoo-wah! Made it through wah. So I slow down here, just not sure what to do with the lack of ninpo. And we also have some good bleeps and bloops while we're climbing up the ladder. Yeah, so I never really had this stage super optimized. I'm just like, okay, just make sure you don't get swarmed by a bunch of ninjas and birds and then just can't really feasibly move anywhere quickly because there's just too many enemies on the screen just constantly knocking you in every direction possible. So of course there's that other spin slash I just grabbed. Wasn't worried about losing it momentarily because I knew there was another one just before taking this ladder. And then here's like the point where I just have to like not die because nowhere in 4-3 I don't think you're gonna get a spin slash. Yeah, of course I've been doing a lot of just trying to hit the enemies while holding down, because that way you can just cancel out your special attack and just save your ninpo for where you would rather use your spin slash. Yeah, so to just not like waste it. If you can just like press down and be in midair while you're attacking what you want to kill, then just, yeah, lets you save your ninpo that way. And again, just free kill if you have the spin slash on Kelberos there. So as soon as the screen fades to black, I just basically take my next split, and then we gotta switch games again. Yeah, so Super Mario Bros. Was game number 1 in the lineup, Ninja Gaiden number 2, and then number 3 was the first Mega Man. And the goal on this run, defeat 3 Robot Masters. Any 3 Robot Masters in any order you choose. Though, I seriously have to wonder just how many people deduce that it might be just best to do Bomb, Guts, Cut. So in other words, Bomb Man first, which is where I went. Yeah, so I go to Bomb Man, Guts Man, then Cut Man in that order. Guts Man is weak to bombs. Cut Man is weak to the Guts Man rocks. And Bomb Man, not that hard to just gun down with the default weapon if you know what you're doing. Iceman's just tedious as hell with like the disappearing, reappearing blocks. Alek, I think, is the longest stage, not counting the wily ones. And also had a little bit of trouble just playing Fireman. Also, not sure, like, if Fireman's, like, weapon was gonna help too much. So I ultimately settled on Bomb, Guts, Cut. And yes, I did, like, almost at the last minute. Pretty much last minute, figured out how to despawn the Sniper Joe. Rather than just killing him, just hopefully he puts his shield down for long enough. But a lot of the time it just keeps it up, so you can't just shoot him down in that case. So I just sacrifice a little bit of health to just despawn him outright. And then there was also this screen that's coming up after this ladder that I also want to just quickly practice. Yeah, because even if you have iframes and you're knocked onto these spikes, it's instant death, so just want to quickly find a setup to just guarantee I never touch those insta-kill spikes. And what you saw there earlier near the spikes was what I settled on. And yes, I go into the bomb fam. Bomb Man's not our friend. He's not fam. Bomb Man fight with this much. No, even less health than that. That's like 8 little lines of health. I think that's like, what, a quarter of your maximum health? And then we just decide we're gonna YOLO Bomb Man. Like this, and hope for the best. And yeah, next Bomb Blast. Next Bomb Blast will take us out, but I get him anyways with that little health. Yeah, that was a fun fight. Even more so to actually do that rather than just only rewatch it. Sweet, 100k. I don't care. What the hell do you even do with points in the first Mega Man? I'm gonna guess, basically, I'm gonna guess fuck all, because there's no score being kept in Mega Man 2, or I don't even think it's being kept in any of the other games past the first one, actually. So I'm gonna guess the score doesn't do much of anything. Unless you just want to have bragging rights saying you got the highest score. Plus maybe enough points gives you a 1-up, but I don't even know. I'm gonna guess not. Yeah, watching through, like, top players running the Gutsman stage pretty quickly dawned on me that I could have just damage boosted through these guys with the pickaxes, rather than just slowly kill them all. I damage boost through one and then just take down the others. There was a reason behind that pause. I'll get into like that much later. And yeah, my strategy there on the big eye is just, hopefully it jumps high enough, I just run under the thing. Yeah, so I did remember there was a glitch where you could just make certain attacks from like the different robot masters just land multiple hits with just like one shot. For example, Electman's lightning bolts can hit like the same target like 3 times with pausing to just basically reset iframes on the enemies. But I sort of forgot how that glitch worked. I tried it with start, and I wasn't having any luck making the glitch work. And then I think I remember hearing something about pausing with select. I'm just going to quickly check something. Mega Man pause trick, pause glitch. Unlike normal shots, you can temporarily pause the game with these shots on screen. In Mega Man 1, and only Mega Man 1, the game has 2 pause options. Start opens the weapons menu, which is what I was trying to execute the pause glitch, but it wasn't getting me far. It wasn't working. And the select button actually pauses the game, and I'm guessing select was what I wanted to use to actually perform said glitch, to actually just make the Bomb Man bomb do like 3 hits instead of 1, and then just kill Gutsman a little bit faster. And easier, too. If you're only having to just get 1 bomb placed on top of him, not just 3. Yeah, I just figured I'd watch that back. I quickly found, like, a video of someone performing the pause glitch. And the weapons menu screen didn't come up once. They just paused with select. And that just let them, like, basically have an Electman bolt just hit the same target, like, 4 times with just 1 bolt. Basically one-shotting the boss with a pause glitch. Yeah, specifically Yellow Devil and, like, I think the end of Wily 1 or something. Which never came up in this run because we don't go there, but... Yeah, you want a pause glitch with select in Mega Man 1, not start. Select is the way to go. And only remember that after the race was already pretty much finished. Trick would have worked wonders on Gutsman. Ultimately didn't need it, but still would have been nice to actually know, like, I could have done that. Just to make things a little bit easier. Yeah, it would have been nice to just remember that. Yeah, especially since I actually fucking played Mega Man 1 some years back where I remembered actually using the pause glitch, so that's how I remembered it existed. I just basically fucked up one little detail. You gotta use, like, you know, select to actually perform it, not start. But that's our 3 Robot Masters down. And then thus we switch over to Darkwing Duck. The 4th game in the lineup was Darkwing Duck, yes. Which was admittedly quite a bit of a pain in the ass to learn for a multitude of reasons. Posted invincibility in this game, if you ask me, does not feel like it lasts very long at all. Especially if you've just recently picked up the game. Feels like your posted invincibility just typically expires too quickly. And then there's also these hooks you have to grab onto, and sometimes, if you're just learning the game, you might actually just not jump high enough and thus just miss the hooks entirely and could just lead you into a pit. Or ledges. I jumped too low and then that's what happened there. I just took a death. I didn't jump high enough to grab the ledge, so I missed that. Yeah, when it comes to grabbing onto things, you have to remember to just jump as high as possible, or you might just barely miss the target. Also a pain in the ass is just, like, the stopping whenever, like, you shoot. You can't just run and shoot. It doesn't work in Darkwing Duck. You momentarily, like, just stop in your tracks every time you fire something. Also tedious if you're trying to just go fast. Yeah, of course I got used to this, but... yeah, the whole, like, grabbing onto stuff was just more problematic. Well, it was. I eventually got the hang of it, except for, like one instance here where I just don't jump high enough. Also, I'm gonna switch my weapon here. I think this is called Hypergas, I think? Yeah, there are different sub-weapons Darkwing Duck can use. You press select and then you switch over to it. And this is a very safe and effective option against this against the boss on the bridge, that being Quackerjack. So you hang on this bottom ledge, you toss Hypergas on the ground, just traverses the ground, hits the boss, and then you just pretty much do rinse and repeat till that boss dies. And then for the rest of the run, like for the rest of the bosses, you want to just have arrow gas. Oh, and also the goal for Darkwing Duck in the Big 20 was do 4 stages. There are 3 you have to do before you can even see the next set of 3 stages. You're free to pretty much do these first 3 in any order. I'm just taking a beating here. Yeah. I kind of just want to slow down here after that nasty beating. So you're free to do the first 3 in whatever order, but you can only do, like, 1 of the 3 stages. Like, there was a force level, I'm pretty sure. I think there might have been a tower. I know there was a wharf. And that's the one I ultimately settled on to do as my 4th. So amongst the next set of 3 stages, you only have to do 1 and you're free to pick it. You gotta play these first 3 levels no matter what, but you can still choose the order. Then there was this part coming up that I had quite a bit of trouble with at first, just trying to understand. Trying to just time the jumps over those turtles because of their hitboxes, or my hitbox. The hitboxes on some of those turtles just not giving you like too much room to just cleanly jump over them without getting hit. And then there's the turtle shell being thrown that can just hit you again and make you lose even more health. Kinda just wait there to make sure I'm not taking a second hit. And then we got our next boss coming up here. So you pretty much just wait till the moon's covered. When you get the opportunity to just fire arrow gas at Wolf Duck, then that's exactly what you do. Yeah, a lot of these bosses are just easy enough. A lot of the bosses aren't too crazy in Darkwing Duck. It's just the levels are gonna be more of a pain in the ass. I mean, that city with the turtles particularly just gave me trouble. And also one section of the wharf that's coming even later in the run also gave me hell. It also gave me hell trying to just get that down. But for now, we're heading on to the sewer level. With eggs on legs, don't ask about that. I didn't make the game. It's not my idea. Oh yeah, and you're in the dark down here, but I typically just like to fire my gun as much as I can down here. I mean, if I'm just constantly firing, I should be able to easily just hit the enemies down here anyways, even if you can not really see them well. Yeah, just kind of like spam fire whenever you can, and I think you'll be okay. Not sure exactly when in practice I started running into that first kangaroo. Rather than just trying to kill it, I just run through it to just pass it quicker. Oof. Yeah, we get to here with a single point of health, so... Admittedly, by this point I'm actually a little nervous I might just mess up something and then just get sent back a bit. Well, to the beginning of this specific screen. Though I still would rather that not happen. Yeah, so we're still admittedly nervous even on the platform ride. That maybe I just end up touching a spike somehow by mistake. Oh, Lesna, hi. Yeah, so I'm not actually pressing down any buttons right now. I did all of this 5 days ago. In case you're wondering what this is. Yeah, that is not a spot I want to have Liquidator just spawn on top of. Yeah, if I'm just, like, stuck ducking under it, I find it just really hard to, like, get out from under them. And then that just puts me really close to death, if not just killing me. Going alright, actually. Pretty well. Yeah, so I basically ended up having a rather close fight against the boss there. Would have just been a waste of arrow gas had I died there late in the fight. Yep, so there's a forest and a tower you could have gone to, but I just go to the wharf. Despite the pain in the ass that I was just having to deal with, like, on one of the upcoming trains. Yeah, this level was also giving me trouble just trying to get it down, but... I mean, I eventually figured out, like, one little trick that just made the whole thing, like, just a lot less bad. I mean, the boss is easy enough once you get to the end of it. A few sections, however, not so much. That's because everyone's on slow mode. So basically, like, there's just a 10-second delay between, like, when you can just type in your next chat message. I mean, if there aren't any new, like, porno spam bots telling you, like, where you can go jerk off, that just basically spam chat every second. If there aren't any more of those, I can probably just get rid of the slow mode. Oh yeah, speaking of the run, I was trying to go up top. That's where I was always going in practice, but I missed one of the handholds, so I'm just kind of stuck down here momentarily. Yeah, like about those spam bots, like when one would show up, it would show up, and then it would just keep on spamming basically every second or two. Basically spamming faster than I can figure out how to delete messages or block it. So I just basically have to drop everything I'm doing just to, like, clean up chat. Yeah, not a fun time. Yeah, this being the boss, it's easy enough to deal with. Yeah, especially if he doesn't just jump up and down the ledges too much. You can just pretty easily pelt him with those arrows, if you still have them, and then, yeah, Megavolt can go down pretty quickly. And then, yeah, by that point I'm done my 4 stages, so I'm switching to Star Tropics. Yeah, I named one of my saves after one of the most famous speedrunners of all time, Mr. Todd Todgers. But not for the reasons you want to be famous, though. That's like a whole other story. Yeah, so when it came to, like, games that people didn't really like, People were okay with Star Tropics. I was honestly fine with it too, except for all the talking with NPCs you had to do and just walking around the overworld. It just felt like so fucking boring to just talk to people. Just match your dialogue and just basically wait till you can actually just fight stuff and try and like survive. It basically just felt like I was waiting to actually play the game for Star Tropics like a lot of the time. Yeah, so you do have to talk to a specific amount of people before you'll be let into the first dungeon. And of course, you want to talk to as few people as possible while still just confirming with the guy that's going to be standing in front of the door there. This guy, that you're in fact Dr. Jones's nephew, so you'll be accessing the tunnel. Otherwise, he won't let you in if you don't talk to enough people. Yeah, so here's where we actually start to get to fight stuff. Here's where the game really starts, in my honest opinion. And then basically everything before that was just straight up filler. But still, like, I think Star Tropics was fairly well received amongst the games in the lineup, and Darkwing Duck, however, not so much. Darkwing Duck definitely, yeah, to me also felt really awkward to control and just awkward to get down. Like, personally, it's gotta be an acquired taste, Darkwing Duck. It's really that kind of game, Darkwing Duck, and it would just make you think at first, like, how do people have fun with speedrunning this? When the controls just feel as shit as they are when you just first try and get into the game, but... I mean, like, granted I, like, never mastered it, but... I mean, it felt a lot less shitty once you actually got used to it. Well, once I got used to it, it felt a lot less shitty, Darkwing Duck. And I didn't, like, end up hating it as much as I could have, possibly. I mean, there were still some really annoying sections with some enemies that just felt a little unfair if you didn't set them up right. I think I found Star Tropics personally to be one of the more boring games. Specifically because a good chunk of the run is literally just you talking to people and not really, like, doing anything that can just be done faster. Yeah, we also picked up our torch, which we can throw. Maybe a bit further than the yo-yo, I don't remember. Well, it kills certain enemies faster, for one thing. Yeah, this room was... okay, except I didn't do that room perfectly. I got really close, though. And then... yeah, here's the first boss. So we get hit on purpose, run through the boss's hitbox before our iframes run out, and then... yay, boss dead, I guess. So yeah, you do not have to fight the first boss in Star Tropics. Figured out pretty quickly that, yeah, you don't have to fight that boss. So I was watching the tutorial and I was like, wait, what? You don't have to fight the first boss? Oh, sweet! Oh, wow, that actually is really easy to skip that boss. Like, wow, okay. And then, yeah, here's more talking to people. Yeah, so Chapter 1 was that dungeon we did already. And then there's Chapter 2, which we also have to play, and then once we finish Chapter 2, we are pretty much done with Star Tropics for this marathon. So there's gonna be an octopus at the end of the second dungeon we have to kill, and then after that's done with, then we just move on to our next game. Yeah. It was just boring as hell to just have to, like, go through all that dialogue in practice every time I want to do a run. I don't know, I'd rather have action, excitement, not just talk to people in game. Not just read the same dialogue over and over. Also, one little quirk with the game that I never even got around to mentioning until now is just buffering inputs. So for example, like when a text box comes up, you press A to just advance to the next screen of said text box. So let's just say there's like a dialogue with an NPC and there's like 4 boxes full of text. So if you press the A button, you go to the next screen of text. So for example, what you could opt to do is just say, like, you've gone onto the first screen of text, pressed A. You could just actually hold down A during the entirety of the first screen of text. And then as soon as it is, and then yeah, basically what you're doing is just buffering the input, just making the input way ahead of time, just holding it down so that on the first possible frame, your A button press goes through to just put you on the second screen of text. And then once that pops up, you want to just press and hold down A again so that when that text box is done with, you are again pressing A on the earliest frame possible to just then read the third box of text. The trick also works with just jumping across these platforms, attacking with your yo-yo, which is a B press, but still. So if you want to just hit something twice in rapid succession, you want to press B, and while your yo-yo's still extending out from the first attack, you want to just quickly, like, hold down B, just tap and then just press down B and hold it. And if you do that right, you won't have to let go of B or press it again. You will just basically hit your target again on the first possible frame that you can do that. So that's how you will just get like 2 hits back to back as quickly as humanly possible. By just pressing down and holding the second B input ahead of time to just buffer the input. Works with nearly everything in this game. Oh, and then speaking of, yeah, there's a bat, as in the baseball bat, not to be confused with the bats that are the enemies in these caves. Yeah, because I don't know why I'm mentioning this, since we're only going to use it once here and never again. That's self-explanatory. Also, when I was learning this game, I felt it a little silly that there were some screens where you don't have to just kill every single enemy to progress, and then there were some where you do have to kill them all to progress, and that was, for example, a screen where you gotta kill everything to proceed. And then there were just some where you don't. And there's even one where you just need to kill one enemy for some reason, and it just lets you go to the next screen. I don't know. Just quite a bit to memorize, but once you do a few runs, it just makes sense. I don't know. Makes more sense once you actually do a few runs. Yeah, that's seriously how it just felt with almost all of these games. When I was just watching the tutorials. I was like, okay, there is just so much to like unpack and remember here. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to remember all this. And then I just like started doing runs, and then everything just sort of like just gets remembered by rote. I don't know. And then here's our octopus. Okay, first things first, I'll try not get hit too much. I can only take so many hits before I just die. And then you have to wait for the octopus to actually come within reach of you to be able to attack it. Also, that snowman I picked up earlier, also found it really weird how to access these magic items. So to use the snowman, you gotta pause the game, press up, which opens up a second menu of items you can select from, to then use the snowman. You literally have to pause the game to go access that. Which I found pretty fucking weird, if you ask me. Like, I really couldn't see the reasoning behind that. Just having it, like, make you pause the game to look at another, like, screen of items. And then we got into what I personally thought was going to be, like, by far one of the most fun games to run on the list. Contra. I mean, just first things first, watching it getting played makes it look like such a badass game. Yeah, first things first, I think most of, like, what you shoot's gonna die in one hit. You can fire in pretty much any direction you want, more or less. Like, this is one of those games that just seriously makes you feel like you are in control of the player. Ironic that, considering that Konami also put out, like, Castlevania, like, the earlier Castlevania games had some stiff, awkward controls. And then there's Contra, which is, like, basically, like, on the opposite spectrum. You can control your jumps, but even more so, like, you can pretty much fire in literally any direction you want. But one hit kills you. Granted, you can just get back up until you run out of lives, but one hit kills you, and there are power-ups you can pick up for your guy. This spread gun just blowing the rest of them out of the water, pretty much. And if you die just once, you lose it until you can just pick it up again, so even just a tiny mistake on Contra is, like, really punishing. Yeah, so as fun as Contra looked on the surface, going into it in the marathon was pretty scary. Considering just one tiny mistake could just set me back minutes easily, if I just can't hold my own with the default weapon. Yeah, some screens you actually have it so easy, like you don't even have to try if you know the setups. But yeah, this was definitely one of those games that I really just want to play a bunch more to just get it down. Yeah, get hit once by anything and you lose your spread gun. So, of course, I would just try and find, like, the safest, also quick setups for pretty much every screen. For example, here, apparently you can just basically shoot in that one spot. You don't have to move if you've got the spread gun and you're good to go. Yeah, so basically just looking for as many of those kinds of spots as possible to just fire from. Also removing that to make this fight a little easier later on. Oh, yep, that was getting a little hectic, actually. That was actually kind of close, not gonna lie. But, yeah, still hadn't died yet somehow. Yeah, then it's back to another side scroll after just basically, like, moving forward in a base stage. I mean, yeah, like, I'm pretty much just certain that the enemy pattern's always going to be the same every time. Yeah, from what I've seen, like, enemy patterns are basically always the same, so there's, like, not really, like, that much, or really any randomness to this. So you sort of just, like, basically just play, like, each section over and over, and then you just sort of, like, get the hang of it over time. It's not that random. That was actually, like, one of the more unfortunate deaths I could have possibly taken. So I grab the spread gun, and then not even half a second after I take it, I lose it. So at that point, I just actually opted the game over to give myself a second chance at picking it up so I'd have it for the stage 4. And so I took the game over on purpose, just so the spread gun would be available again for 4. So if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't show up anywhere on that stage. So I decided to remove that gun, then this one, and then the one in the top left corner as well. And then the one at the top right. Yeah, try and just get, like, as many things that can just spam bullets off screen as quickly as possible before I just proceed, because I don't want to have all of that shooting me at once, because very likely I get hit again and then just get set even further back. Yeah, so I actually opt to play it pretty safe here on this boss. I would admit that I definitely could have killed the alien up here a lot faster, but I didn't want to go through losing the spread gun again. I really didn't want to do that, after having already lost it like once. Yeah, so here's another series of rooms. You have to just hit the targets to just knock down a bunch of doors. Hitting the targets on the doors to just knock them down. Just to knock the walls down to continue. Which again, just has some rooms that are just so easy you don't have to really try, like, at all, once you know the setups. And the setups here just have you, like, duck, which pretty much just lets you dodge nearly everything that can get fired at you in these kinds of stages if you're just ducking. And then I think from here on out, like, your best bet is to kind of just stick to the middle and then just spam fire. Here, both targets are right next to the ground, so you just basically duck and fire. Right in the middle of the screen, and nothing's gonna touch you. Just some examples of how easy some of the rooms can be once you know the setups, and assuming you got the spread gun too, because that just basically gets you further reach than without, of course. Yeah, surprisingly, funnily enough, this room plays almost exactly as it did in, like, Stage 2. There was a room in Stage 2 that was near identical, funnily enough. And then I do that on those Stage 4 boss. I jump into one of the first projectiles that presents itself, and then just like that, I am left without a spread gun for pretty much the entire fight. And then, yeah, this is where like, we're truly playing Contra. And then, yeah, this is what Contra is really all about here. So I apparently got enough points to get another continue, but I'm still stuck with the pea shooter for the entirety of just removing the, like, removing some of the targets on screen, and then, like, the boss fight itself, of course. And that also making the bubbles that can kill me harder to shoot down with, just a worse weapon overall. Yeah, plus not to mention the boss being harder to hit, too. Just everything being that much harder overall. So I missed that one, like, at least 3 times, and then it just caught up to me and hit me. This is where I was actually starting to get really nervous. Yeah, this is where things got really scary. Being on my last life, right near the end of the goal, which is, I didn't even mention it now, but just beat Stage 4. And I just clutch it. And with the pea shooter, I just clutch it. Yeah, so the goal was beat Stage 4. And I just literally clutched it on my last life. And then after that, the 7th game in the Best of NES Big 20 number 15 lineup was Batman, the video game. I mean, this game wasn't too unpopular. I'm guessing maybe I was just like one of the few that really like struggled with it as much as I did. This was definitely one of the games I struggled more with, just trying to get the hang of. First things first, I found it just unusual that, I don't know, like, there'd be a delay, like, every time you want to jump. That being one of the many things I just was not used to. Like, when you want to jump, there's like about a half second before you actually do. Yeah, so first things first, I'm trying to just get as much ammo as possible for the batarangs. So I just have weapons that reach further and can still do good damage. And not to mention I'm pausing a lot. And yeah, this is by accident. All of these pauses are by accident. Because I'm typically used to having start be the pause button and select being like used to just switch between different weapons or any other secondary functions the game might give you outside of just run and jump. But Batman has that backwards. So in Batman, you press start to switch between your weapons and select a pause. Which apparently, yeah, that also happens in Mega Man, but I guess I played more Mega Man that was actually more or less used to the concept there, but apparently I didn't like remember it too well in Batman. So yeah, start to switch your weapons, select a pause. I mean, just more or less used to it being the other way around. So yeah, my Batman run, as you're going to see, was just not the best. I never did get too used to speedrunning this. I mean, I ultimately was able to like just get stage 3 done, which is what our goal is, but could never really do it too fast. Although I just really like had a hell of a time trying to do this fast. Don't know what else to say. Stage 1 boss is easy enough once you know how to kill them. Can definitely be killed even faster, but yeah, then I also have to learn that you can just wall jump off certain walls as well. Or also certain walls you need to wall jump off of, too. Yeah, and then I'm trying to get that landmine to move. Then I want to switch weapons again, but as you're gonna see, yep, there it is again. Pause. Oh, that missed. Pause. also kind of had quite a bit of a hard time just getting used to the controls of Batman, for one thing. You know, one thing it definitely just took a bit of time to get used to was the fact that when you jump, it's not immediate. There's like about half a second for Batman to do his jumping animation before he actually leaves the ground. Definitely not something I'm used to in my games that I play. Yeah, but despite the awkward, gameplay, there are people who've actually gotten really, really good at speedrunning Batman. And to those people, I salute you, because I'm not quite sure how you figured out, how to just master Batman, because I sure as hell couldn't. Yeah, in fact, I just can't figure out how to just do those jumps in such a way and not just crashing into those saws. So I'm just basically taking damage I'm just not able to avoid. Yeah, if the jumping controls were like an SMW at least, Super Mario World, that'd be no problem. Yeah, I think I'd die here, yeah. And then have to just... then those cannons just reset their health. And I'm just waiting to get up to this next target with lasers, and I'll just dodge while I'm doing this. And then have to get in front of this turret here, this cannon. Trying to get in just the right spot so that those bullets won't be able to hit me while I'm crouching, and then just can punch that target to death. And then, yeah, there's stage 3. Which admittedly had me pretty nervous going into, because my ammo was starting to run low, and then there's these jumpers coming up that I just still have kind of a hard time just dealing with them. Unless I can just trick them into not even jumping towards me at all. Unless I can just basically take advantage of their primitive AI, I can't deal with them very well at all. So what I ought to do here is just basically fire at it from a distance, stand back far enough that the bat gun or bat rockets can just hit the jumper, but it will never jump towards me unless I get close enough. And even then, I still take a few hits here, a few good hits trying to pick him off. And then I'm trying to just get past the last few enemies to just make it to 3-2. And since I'm aware there's a checkpoint, I just take a death on purpose. Because I'm aware there's a checkpoint after having done that. Yeah, if there's anything that really just saved my ass on this Batman speedrun, is just the checkpoints being rather generous. Otherwise, I don't even know. I don't even know otherwise how this would have gone. Okay, now I don't even know why I'm pausing. Aside from, I guess, trying to switch weapons. That's probably why I paused. And then, And yeah, this being like another part of the level I start to have trouble with. You know, once these tank-like enemies show up, that there is also where I start to struggle quite a bit. I know you can despawn 2 of them, but I don't know about despawning the first tank, so I just opt to kill it. But ideally do with like a full health bar. Yeah, this would be also less of a pain in the ass if the jumping just wasn't delayed. Like, if you could just jump immediately as soon as you press the button, that would already just by default be a lot less of a pain in the ass to just take that down. So I'm trying to just go right and then left far enough to just despawn that tank like so, rather than just actually have to pick it off. I don't even know why I waited here. There was an enemy on the ceiling, so I thought it was gonna just drop something on me. Yep, still pausing by accident, even all the way into stage 3. And then one more tank to try and just make vanish. There we are. Yeah, so assuming you have the health to just face tank the damage, this boss is at least really easy. As you can see, I have like just enough health to do the face tanking. And then that's probably a choker. Hi, choker. Yeah, and then we gotta just switch our games. Then we switch over to Chrysalis, which is the 8th run in the Big 20 lineup, number 15. And then it was Chrysalis. Yeah, so we got an RPG. Well, we got at least one RPG. Well, Star Tropics and now Chrysalis, so 2 RPGs in our lineup so far. Yeah, this being one of many games I literally never even... Some I've never even heard of. This one being both one I've never heard of and one I've never played. Okay, so I got the shop trick to work rather quickly. I think I might have messed it up here, though. No, I got it right there. No, I bought a medical herb instead of an antidote. I was trying to shop trick an antidote for a little bit cheaper, but I got another medical herb instead. And of course, I had to get used to like all the button presses and what they did. So select open up your menu to equip stuff. I think A to equip and B to drop if you're allowed to. And there's nothing you want to drop ever in this run. So I'd get used to like just not trying to drop stuff by mistake. And of course there was also getting used to the combat of Chrysalis as well. Of course there's also fighting stuff, getting used to that. So of course I'm just doing what's necessary to just advance the story, but on the shop trick. So for example, just picture like just four spots on a row of like, yeah. Just picture like a row of 4 squares. And then just put an arrow underneath like, I don't know, the second square, which is empty. And then the third square has like, let's just say like a piece of body armor that costs $100, which you're normally supposed to pay $100 to get that piece of body armor in the third square. But what you can do is just have your arrow hovering over the second square. Press right to just switch over to the third square with the body armor. And if you're very quick to press A, you will have just basically purchase the item in the third square for the price of the item in the second square. Just giving you, like, trying to give you a clear example. So second, like, square is empty, and then the third one has some body armor for $100. So yeah, if you just press right and A within, like, a couple of frames of each other, you'll basically get, like, the item 3 for the item 2 price, which can just be an empty square with no price tag on it, so you can get free items, basically. Or discounts on some other items. So for example, yeah, I got my armor for free this run, pretty much, and yeah, that's something I want to do in a speedrun rather than just grind the money. Just 5-finger discount it. Yeah, then what I'm trying to do here is just grind XP to get to level 2 for the sealed cave, but now I'm just running into the slime more than I should, making it just less tempting to just try and kill it as fast as possible, and just more tempting to just play it safe. Yeah, what you're seeing now is the ideal way to just kill the slime to level up as quick as possible, but I was erring on the side of safety for a bit. Trying not to lose the last bit of my health I have. Yeah, now we're at the point where I can't really just fuck about anymore. Because the next hit will, in fact, kill me. So, of course, I got a little nervous there until, of course, I just get some extra health from level 2. And then a spell that actually just restores health for as long as you have magic points to use it. And then we get into even more combat in the sealed cave here. That means that take like a good 3 hits to kill. Also, ideally what you want to do is try to just pin some of these guys against the wall. If you do it right, they won't be able to move. Plus, you can just pile on damage faster if they're just pinned against the wall, because there's going to be no knockback. If its back is already just pressed against the wall, it can't get knocked back anywhere. So of course I'd want to go for that as much as possible, assuming I just don't get hit too much trying. You know, these bats though, I tell you. Oh, speaking of Ball of Wind, the goal of this Chrysalis run in the Big 20 was to get to the Ball of Fire. So the run took me about like 13, well, I think my best was about 13.5 minutes. And I think on average I get like 14 or 15 minutes to just do the goal. Though the best runner can do it in something like about 9 minutes. Yeah, that being Overswarm, who I think holds the world record in every single Chrysalis category. Just a testament to like how fucking good that guy is at Chrysalis. Yeah, and the same Overswarm guy was also in the marathon. Oh yeah, those pink slimes, you have to be careful around those, especially if you don't have an antidote, because they might poison you on hit. And then, this is where I actually started to get pretty scared, because I tried to buy an antidote in the first town. Well, I'm already poisoned. I tried to buy an antidote in the first town with the shop glitch. I didn't quite do the button presses right, so I just only got myself another medical herb. Which, sure, it's at least giving me more health to work with. It's just slowing down the speed at which the poison can kill me, but these are healing items I could have otherwise just used as backups elsewhere. So I just have to go run to an antidote in the dungeon that I could have just, I don't know, picked up sooner. But I didn't think I'd just mess up and get poisoned, so gotta run back for the antidote, then just... Okay, I'm exercising even more caution around the pink slimes now than ever before. Since getting poisoned the second time would probably just end me straight up. I think I pretty much just die on a second poison. So I think I have like 1 herb to spare going into this fight. and the health bar that looks like that. So I charge up my Ball of Wind shot for the first attack. So I want to just stab this guy as much as possible, also not get overwhelmed by the bats he spawns. But having quite a bit of trouble just actually keeping up with the guy. To a point where I need to just realize that I don't have any medical herbs left over because I just used them all up trying to clear out the poison. And then I'd actually straight up die and game over on Chrysalis, getting sent back 2 moments before I got into the sealed cave in the first place, with that tiny little health bar to work with. A time loss that I estimate costed me about 3 minutes overall, from 1 game over. Absolutely not my proudest moment. That was a really feels bad moment there. Yeah, so basically, long story short, I really just beefed it on Chrysalis. Yeah, like, just thinking to myself, that was definitely my most costly fuck up in the run thus far. Couldn't think of anything else that I might have done, like, up to this point that would have cost me, like, that much time. Granted, there was a Darkwing Duck death, and also just some deaths on Contra that could put me in a really shitty position, but... Oh, also Batman just being as slow as it is in general, so I didn't have my expectations high for that. So, yeah, I have to repeat the entire sealed cave. So I estimate this is 3 minutes and the whole 3 minutes just gone. I also decide to get the antidote behind this wall as soon as I can, rather than just getting poisoned potentially and then having to run back for it anyways, if I get poisoned. And then we're at the point where I'm already just forced to... Okay, I'm glad I didn't use it up. Glad I didn't use it up after the first poison, because, again, we would have been shit out of luck. So again, I need to just exercise caution around the pink slimes that can poison you. Because I do not have a second antidote. So I'm actually resorting to just killing these from a distance with the Ball of Wind. Yeah, I'm just killing these from a distance now. To just further reduce the risk I get poisoned yet again. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd be shit out of luck if I got poisoned once more. Yeah, I also have to get back to level 3, because I need to be level 3, apparently, to kill this boss. So that's what all the killing of the enemies is for. So I meet the level requirement to fight this guy. So I have to rematch him and kill him successfully. Unless I want to lose even more time. And, yeah, pretty shortly I start getting juggled around by bats again. Not to mention, this guy starts teleporting like crazy. And I don't think I don't know if you caught that, but... Yeah. That was a very clutch moment right there. Yeah, so basically I got off like my last shot to just finish off the boss when I had a sliver of health left. So I used the medical herb. Not really looking at like the boss, just looking at my health bar and everything around me, trying to just like not lose the last of it. I finish it off with pretty much no health to spare. Use the herb, then one of the bats lingering from the boss fight just crashes into me. So, if I never used that herb... oh boy, if I never used that herb, we would have lost 3 more minutes easily. And was that close to fucking up Chrysalis again? I shit you not. So we stop off at the inn, we just 5-finger discount ourselves more armor with the shop trick. Go on slot 4, click left and A within a couple frames of each other to buy the item in slot 3 for the price of the item in slot 4, which is 0 because it's empty. And then I steal 5 pairs of warp boots with this trick also. After a few tries of just trying to get the button presses right. And then just like basically thinking about everything I need for the run. Just thinking over the items I have bought. And then again, just double checking like which items I have. Yeah, just double checking I got like all the correct quantities of the items I wanted. Deciding on 5 pairs of warp boots and just double checking that I in fact got 5 pairs of warp boots. And then, yeah, we picked up a statue earlier. If you were paying attention, we picked that up, gave it to a guy who gave us a gas mask, so we can go into this forest without just losing health rapidly. Which brings us to another town that we return to later, but for now we use the warp boots to go back to the town just after Sealed Cave, which is Bryn Mawr. Yeah, so that's why I stole the 5 pairs of warp boots. So next we pretty much go up here. And we have to fight this guy, but we use a glitch to just basically win the fight on the first try anyways. Don't ask, but if you teleport to Leaf in the middle of the fight against Storm, you somehow win the fight. And you get telepathy, so you can talk to the people in the Oak Town. Or rabbits, whatever. Then we have to go fetch somebody's kid, so that the rest of the townsfolk will want to talk to us. Also used 2 pairs of warp boots so far. 1 to leave Oak, 1 to just... Okay, actually we use like 3. And then that was our 4th we used. Okay, so yeah, we used like 2 in the whole like process of just tricking Storm into letting us win. 1 to go to Leaf because for some reason, only teleporting to Leaf for some reason just triggers like the glitch to just instantly win the fight to get telepathy. And then of course another pair of boots to get back to Oak rather than just walk the whole way through the Sealed Cave again. And then our 5th to get back to Bryn Mawr to just kill some more enemies. So we have level 4 because we need that apparently to just kill the next boss upcoming. Yeah, so I just settle on killing mushrooms till I have enough experience. Except I do have a little bit of trouble just getting them to spawn as often as possible, but... Yeah, like you get to watch me kill mushrooms for about a minute or so. Yeah, at this point I'm getting rather close to level 4. And since all those mushrooms drop 8 experience apiece, if I kill 1 more, I'll have the level I need, so... I also opt to just go in the inn, full heal, and then decide on my way to the forest. I'm just gonna kill 1 last thing to have level 4. So yeah, keep in mind someone, like, was able to get to the ball of fire in, like, under... I don't think under 9 minutes, but close to. That being Overswarm. Though, I'm guessing he probably took longer just in his actual, like, Big 20 marathon run, but... Just in practice, he got, like, 9 minutes something time for getting Ball of Fire. Whereas I think the best I ever did was 13.5 minutes. And then, yeah, Insect Flute we picked up off some other guy in Oak. Have to use it here to spawn this boss, which we then kill, and if we kill it, we get Ball of Fire. Yep, so here we gotta just charge up attacks to shoot the bug in the mouth. Ideally, we want to just try and stand really close to the bubbles of acid this thing is firing, but of course you don't want to get pelted by them. To just try and just get damage dealt to the bug faster. Stand next to the stream of spit, but don't stand in it. Otherwise, yeah, it's just gonna hurt like a lot if you do stand in it. Oh, we got him. And then, yeah, once the text box for the Ball of Fire pops up, we're done. And then a game I actually played as a kid. Probably more so the All-Stars version of it, but Super Mario Bros. 2. Mario Madness. Well, it's gonna be more like Luigi Madness with me playing it, because I'm gonna be playing all Luigi. Yeah, I just went for the guy with the best jump, so I could just jump over as much shit as possible. Sure, granted you can also play as the Toad, who, I don't think he's really good at anything aside from just running really fast. But when he's holding something above his head, I think only when he holds something above his head can he run super fast. But yeah, if you want to go as fast as possible, and you can just deal with all the disadvantages Toad also has to bring on the table, then yeah, like, it's just fastest to run as Toad. Pick something up, then just run across the level with it, but nah, I just went with Luigi every stage. I just went with something easier, just Luigi. Rather than just going too fast and crashing into too many enemies and dying too much, I just went with Luigi. So of course I just take the secret passage in 1-1, get here quicker. And then our goal for SMB2, Chrysalis was get the Ball of Fire, SMB2 is defeat Clogrip in World 5. With you being allowed to take a single warp. So the route was as follows. You start in 1-1, of course. You get to 1-3 by playing through, well, this level, of course, as well. Then you take the warp there to World 4. Then you play through all of World 4 and all of World 5 normally. Yeah, here's our 1-3. Yeah, so I want to take the warp in this stage. Rather than even enter this castle, I just take the warp in this vase in the mirror world to 4. And then we gotta play worlds 4 and 5 normally. Yeah, I did try, like, once or twice this stage with Toad. I kept on going too fast and just running into everything. I just ran into, like, enemies too frequently for me to want to bother. Especially given how I had, like, not even a day left to prep for the big race. Figured it would just be much better off to only play Luigi. if I'm just running into shit too frequently with Toad. Despite Toad being faster, that also just means it's more likely I run into stuff just because I'm going too fast more frequently. And that's basically what happened when I tried this with Toad. Yeah, I got to 4-2 and actually started to struggle a bit. Well, that was when I just... Oh, I do. Apparently I do die here. I started to struggle a bit on 4-2 when I just picked the game up after years of never playing it. Trying to go here fast. Oh, it was not fun at first, trying to just deal with the Bezos, but... Eventually I saw that they always spawn from the exact same places every time, so it can't be that bad if their spawns are not random. It can't be that bad. And as you can see, I die like once. And then never again there. Yeah, so there's a warp here to 6, but... Yeah, we gotta skip it though. I mean, if you're going for any percent beat the game, you'd probably take that warp, but we're skipping it. Since we want to go to 5. I think about that star, because apparently if you run into a Birdo with an invincibility star, you can just actually one-shot it, but I eventually just decide against that. If I touch the spikes trying to grab it, I'm just dead anyways, and just, yeah, it's no good. Yeah, then we have to get back to fighting the Birdos that can sometimes shoot fire instead of eggs, which you can't pick that up to just throw back at it. Still got him though, granted it was pretty damn slow. Do-do-do-do-do. And then yeah, sure. I don't know, I guess pretend you never saw that. Or that. Or that! Yeah, I'm not a master of SMB2 either. It's clear I didn't give myself that much time to just play the game to get ready for the marathon. Yeah, speaking of Big 20, 6 weeks is plenty of time to just play through, learn 20 runs. Or just de-rust them if you've actually, like, I don't know, done speedruns of all these games before. Which, for some of these racers, that was actually the case. Where, like, a few of them have actually done, like, runs of almost all the games, or all the games in general. So I had, like, some competition that was already way ahead of the curve. That was just already so far ahead of me, like, even before, like, the marathon ever began. Meanwhile, I'm sort of on the opposite end with me not having even played most of these games. Some I hadn't played in a long time, some I never played, period. And just very few that actually did speedruns of before. SMB2 was not one of those games I did runs of before. Of course, I played as a kid, but I was a fucking kid playing SMB2. Like, what do you want me to try and do as a kid playing SMB2? Like, go fast? I mean, maybe I could have thought of that. Yeah, so of course here we want the mushroom to just hit the Birdo with. But I sort of struggle with that too, just trying not to take too much damage here. And then it gets even more annoying when he just sits his ass on top of the mushroom. And then I have to just wait for him to get off and hopefully just not get hit too much trying to pick it back up to finish the Birdo off. 5-2. Overall, this stage was pretty easy. The Birdo fight was still giving me a bit of trouble though, but overall, this first screen, once I knew what to do, like, yeah, this was just super easy to not die. Yeah, so the game so far that we've had to run to get to this point, that Sniffet's a dick. So the games we've ran so far to even get to this point, just refresher, Super Mario Bros. Of course I played Super Mario Bros. As a kid. I think it was the first video game I ever played? This was like at my uncle's old house. Like his wife had 2 kids and they were playing Super Mario Bros. And like, you know, like one day, like we were basically just sharing the NES and so I was playing SMB1. Or trying to, I can imagine. Yeah, that wife being an ex, by the way, in case you want more of the story. Never really did figure out what happened to my, like, where my, like, other 2 cousins went to. But yeah, SMB1, like, that was like, what, 5 or 6? Or something? I'm gonna say 6. So yeah, I played SMB1, of course. And also All-Stars version as well, at my grandma's. Never did speedruns of it though, so... Not good, but not that good at SMB1. Ninja Gaiden. Also had this game as a kid growing up. When I'd go to my grandma's on weekends. I could play Ninja Gaiden and... I would eventually get to the Masked Devil, but never figure out how to pass that. Yeah. I think I like 10 or something, or maybe 9. Got to the Masked Devil. Which, yeah, they were including past fucking 6-2. And then, you also did some speedruns in Ninja Gaiden about a year or 2 ago, so... was more experienced with that than SMB. So I felt comfortable with Ninja Gaiden, because it's something I'd played and done speedruns of before. And then this started to get a little sketchy here. Mega Man also had this game from my grandma. It was like, I think her uncle or something, or not her uncle, my uncle, or one of my cousins or one of her cousins, that basically just handed the games down to me when he was done with them. And yeah, I thought that was safe, but apparently it wasn't. And Mega Man was another of those games, so I had knowledge of the game, but never did speedruns of it, so sort of had to just learn how to play it a bit better. Darkwing Duck. Never in my life had I played it before this marathon. Plus the time spent just trying to like learn the game in the first place. Never in my life have I played Darkwing Duck. The same is true for Star Tropics. The same is true for Contra, though I knew what Contra was. The same is true for Batman. Though I've heard of the game, other like retro runners running Batman, I'd never played it though before this marathon or the practice for. Chrysalis. Never heard of it before the marathon, like even like before the games list was announced. And then SMB2, like I know this one, but never did runs of it. Yeah, so like played the game casually, played the game in a speedrunning sense, played the game casually, never played, and yeah, never played. And then played in the casual sense. Yeah, so 3 games played casually, 1 done in the speedrunning sense, and 5 never played before. And then another game that's gonna come up after SMB2 will be like another I've never played this before. I have to learn from pretty much nothing. Except, like, some tutorials that some really nice people have made for me to learn off of. Like, they love the game, they must want to, like, help other people get into the game, start loving it themselves, like... God bless every single person who made a tutorial for Big 20 number 15, or just any tutorial period to get into, like, speedrunning or anything. Like, just bless everyone who made any tutorial that I could just, like, work with to just actually, like, make myself good enough to even, like, attempt these in the Big 20 marathon. And then we kill a claw grip and then we're out of there. Yeah, eventually I did find that setup. To just, you know, make it so I wouldn't just die to claw grip all the time. I have to just really relearn a setup there since... Can't remember the last time I killed that, aside from just recently. This is called Blaster Master, by the way. This is the Japanese version for some reason. I guess because there's less lag in it, maybe? Yeah, so this is the game, and the goal on this run specifically is complete Area 3, kill the boss there, and then pick up the boss's drop. And of course you start in Area 1, because number 1. Yeah, this was another game I pretty much had to just start from square one. Plus, yeah, just the tutorial to actually, like, get me through the route. Yeah, especially on some of the larger stages, like, there was just starting to feel like there was just so much to remember. Like, how the hell am I gonna do all this? How am I gonna remember, like, every single way that I need to go? Yeah, so many branching paths in Blaster Master. You just ask yourself, like, how the fuck do you remember, like, where you need to go in this? And then after doing, like, a handful of runs, to just... I wouldn't forget. I literally just had to do runs and then I just apparently remember it all. I don't know, same can really be said for basically all these games I never played before. Just did enough runs and somehow remembered, like, the ways to go. Anyways. And another thing that just basically had me puzzled was just, at first, like, trying to enter those doors to get into these kinds of screens. Yeah, to get from the side-scroller to the top-down view, you gotta go in a door, and you have to press down to enter it. This is definitely a mindfuck for someone who's used to entering doors by pressing up. But no, Blaster Master, you press down. I mean, of course, I remember you gotta press down to enter doors, but I still just couldn't get over. I still can't get over it. Considering just thought everything I knew in life, but no, it's a lie. You don't press up to enter doors in Blaster Master. That's a lie. You press down. It's like I was being gaslit my entire life. Oh yeah, this is an easy boss, by the way. You just mash A to just mash bombs and then it should die, like, no problem. Yeah, then we have to leave that dungeon. Return to our tank after this backtracking the swimming session. And then Area 2 isn't too far off from here. I mean, we don't go there, like, immediately after killing the Area 1 boss, so we gotta just travel through this area to Area 2. Not sure why I'm having so much trouble going down there, but hey. Yeah, then this is Area 2, of course. And here is where I really have to start remembering where I actually need to go, because it's not as straightforward as it is in Area 1. Where you gotta go is not as straightforward. Also, something I never got the hang of 100% was just the jumping up to different ledges. Trying to just jump up as quickly as possible, also something I never got the hang of either. Yeah, I think it's safe to say for like a lot of these games, it just felt super daunting to try and just even get into like a lot of these games in a speedrunning context. Even with, like, the goals being, like, only partial goals, still. This was probably going to be at least a good 15 minutes of content that I have to just really get comfortable with. And this is just, like, a drop in, like, the puddle of the whole Big 20 marathon run. Yeah, for one thing, just trying to remember where to go just had me nervous. That I probably wouldn't have an easy time remembering where to go, but I don't know, I've surprised myself numerous times over just prepping for this marathon, just remembering where I needed to be headed. Yeah, then there's another door, another dungeon. You have to press down to go in a door. Anyone who's played basically any Mario game where it's up to enter a door, definitely gonna feel like they've been gaslit a little. Also, I'm pausing on purpose, trying to just cancel out, trying to just skip the door transitions entirely. Hoping to maybe just squeeze out little bits of time over the run, just doing the door transition skip all over the run. Rather than just wait for an animation to play, you just mash pause twice and then should just basically skip that animation. If your mashing's just... That's assuming your mashing's just good for it to be worth it. And then we got like a bomb glitch coming up and I executed it correctly, so... Yeah, basically what you want to do is just on this boss, if you can do it, just mash A to drop bombs. And then try and just time your pause in such a way that that boss is still taking damage. And that bomb explosion is still lingering on screen. Yeah, the explosion should still be doing damage even while your game is paused and nothing can move. But the enemy is still losing health. If you do that right, then you don't have to even do the fight. And that's exactly what I want to do, basically. And then, yeah, I have to go do a bit of backtracking through Area 2 to get to Area 3. And then after that, we can just basically end the run there. Yeah, I'm assuming you need to get, like, the power-up from the Area 2 boss to break those blocks to get here. I mean, that would make sense. Also got to learn how much of a jam this Area 3 theme is, also. Well, yeah, at first I was still not really looking forward to having to actually run Area 3, especially with rooms like this. I mean, these enemies on the ground that I've just been calling leeches the whole time. Hard to hit because they got tiny hitboxes. They can just kind of like keep you stunned by chaining hits on you. It's just not a fun time. If you can't easily deal with those, it's just not a fun time. I mean, overall, like, eventually it was a fun time once I actually started to get used to just some of the harder, like, parts of the whole Blaster Master, like, get to Area 3 and kill the boss run. It actually did start to get fun after a while. I mean, for one thing, I definitely did not mind getting to listen to this again. Yeah, try and just kill those in such a way they're not gonna just drop bombs and run all over the place. Yeah, so it's just like, if I'm not mistaken, a few more screens. And then it's another dungeon, and then it's the Area 3 boss. And then we finally get to move on to the next game. I kind of messed up some of my splits, so I wasn't actually keeping track of exactly how long the run has been up to this point. My best personal, like, Blaster Master Kill Area 3 boss run, I think was something like a little under 15 minutes. And I think, like, the best anyone has gotten in practice, like, among all the people, like, even people who didn't actually, like, make it to the race day, was, like, just a little over 10 minutes or something. Or no, a little under 11, so, like, 10:50 something was somebody's best. And mine was, like, 14 and 50 something, I think. Just another example of the disparity between me and, like, just the masters of all these games, more or less. Yeah, just that's the disparity between me and, like, the more experienced runners. I gotta use the gun here to remove these blocks. And then I take a hit by accident on the spikes, so I'm going into the boss with 6 points of health. Funnily enough, this is the amount of health I basically had when I made the save state to practice this boss, so funny how on, like, the final exam we have the same amount of health that we had in save state practice to just kill the Area 3 boss, which gave me hell just trying to learn it. Not to mention, like, you need good button mashing to reliably take this boss down, and try to just have, like, the good button mashing for extended periods of time. Just gonna be really hard on your arms, or thumbs, or whatever. There's actually a 2-minute break after Blaster Master ends, so I think here I also went to take a piss, and then shortly after that, started getting ready to put in the Kid Icarus password. Yeah, so during the actual marathon run itself, when this was actually happening live, when this was actually, like, me playing the game, I took, like, a piss break here. Now I just grabbed a can of Pepsi. And then, yeah, after the piss break, I came back to just start putting in the Kid Icarus password. Yeah, everyone got this 2-minute mandatory break, by the way, between these two games instead of 30 seconds. Not to mention, like, a good chunk of that 2 minutes you might also want to spend just making sure you've inputted the password to get to, like, the start of World 3 properly. Because we have numbers, capital letters, and lowercase letters. And I guess in case you also need a question mark and an exclamation mark for your passwords, there's that too. That could all show up in your passwords, so... yeah, first things first, don't mix up your capital O's and your zeros. Also, if you may have noticed, this looks almost identical to the Metroid password screen. Yeah, basically, like, I'd say words, but those weren't words. So basically, like, 4 groups of 6 characters. Also on the Metroid password screen, it looks like that. So, first thing I tried was the Engage Ridley Motherfucker password, which here it doesn't do anything. Unfortunately, I was hoping I might have done something funny, but no. Just told me to try again. Whereas in Metroid, like, you get, like, a save that makes the game unplayable, or you can just break your system. Depends on, like what you're playing on Metroid on. Yeah, if you put that in on 3DS, Engage Ridley, like, you break your system. And even if you don't, like, you basically get a save that is actually impossible to play because you can never even leave the first screen. And funnily enough, in that Engage Ridley Motherfucker password, like, the save file you're given basically already has Ridley defeated for some reason, so Ridley cannot even be engaged. Assuming you could actually leave the first screen, that is. But you can't, so even if Ridley was alive, it would be impossible for him to actually be engaged. Oh yeah, now we can actually talk about Kid Icarus. Oh yeah, and the fact that basically every runner got a free feather to use. In case they fall to the bottom of the screen once, they can just fly up and continue playing the level as if they never fell. But yeah, we only got like 1 feather each to work with, so if we would fall a second time, we'd just game over and have to restart the level. And as you must have just seen, like, I already burned through my 1 feather. So I had to just be more thoughtful about how I jump as to just not fall to my death again. Because next time I fall, I wouldn't be getting back up. Also, yeah, when I started with Kid Icarus here, I definitely had a little bit of trouble on 3-2. 3-2 is where I start to really feel like this was going to be a pain in the ass to get down. Especially with just these tiny platforms to jump on, a bunch of which are actually occupied by Reapers, so you can just stand there and not take damage. Plus moving platforms you have to wait for. And then just lots of enemies spawning. Yeah, it was just not fun trying to, like, deal with all that at first until I actually found a decent setup. Oh yeah, plus stopping off to heal again. Did that twice now. Thankfully the save after this was easier. If you're asking what this one is, it's Kid Icarus. I already, like... Well, I didn't actually play them. I'm rewatching me having played, like, 10 games already. I'm just rewatching, like, basically everything I did 5 days ago in my Big 20 marathon run. Where's Auto Detect? Detect language, thank you. What is this game? Yeah, Kid Icarus. Probably the only phrase of Polish I'm gonna actually remember. If I remember it. Yeah, greetings from Canada in the meantime. Also, like, when it came to the other runners, average consensus among the rest of the people who partook in this marathon, a lot of the other runners kind of just looked at this game rather negatively. Like, they just found it just pretty, like, unfun, pretty hard for, like, wrong reasons. One thing that definitely tripped up quite a few runners, for what I've heard them discussing, was just falling through clouds by pressing down by accident. You usually just don't want to press down in this game because all the clouds, if you press down while standing on them, you'll just fall through, and a lot of the time that there will be nothing beneath that cloud till you just fall to your death, and that's obviously no good. And then we actually get to our, like, full-fledged fortress here. This level also just giving me, like, kind of a hard time. Just getting through here without losing too much health, and then, of course, the boss fight itself. Yeah, this level wasn't also, like, very easy to get down. Yeah, first things first, you gotta remember the right way to go. And if you get turned into an eggplant, you need to go to, like, another specific room to have that removed. Otherwise, you just can't fight the boss. Yeah, in particular, one of the other runners in the Big 20, in this marathon, got to Kid Icarus, wasn't doing too poorly. Felt he was doing okay until he got to Kid Icarus. Until he got to this stage with the eggplant wizards and just couldn't stop getting hit by eggplants from the wizards for like about 2 hours straight. Forfeited. And then actually came back an hour later and unforfeited and just opted to then complete the race anyways, despite falling so far behind. Me, on the other hand, I just definitely had to practice the shit out of 3-4. I was practicing this and also the boss fight. Definitely paying close attention to just how the eggplant rooms function, because I knew I wouldn't want to ever get hit by an eggplant and have to just go find a hospital to just have that removed. Have to go out of the way for that. And then the boss. Which is apparently called Pandora. Yeah, you have to hit this 67 times. So of course that's what I want to go and do, but... Not to mention this boss does often want to just go up in the top right corner of the screen and you can't really hit it. And then there's these blue balls also traversing the screen that can just threaten to hit you. And I think it's like, I think if I take 4 hits here with this current like amount of health, I just die. Of course you want to be aggressive to get the fastest kill possible, but you don't want to get too aggressive if you just don't feel like you can just dodge the enemies adequately enough. Apparently for Kid Icarus, you can also just, like, crouch as you fire arrows to basically just reset the cooldown on when you can fire them. So if you just, like, basically alternate between, like, shooting an arrow with, I think, B, pretty sure it's B. If you alternate between pressing B and down, you can just fire arrows significantly faster that way. Since you typically gotta wait between each shot, but if you press down, you just basically, like, cancel out the wait time between your shots. Yeah, when I was watching, like, top runners in the Big 20, like, I don't know, Overswarm and Pika Pika just doing this fight, I saw them just crouching a bunch in midair, and I just assumed that was the reason why. I was just guessing, okay, if you crouch, you probably reset the time it takes to just fire your bow, and you can just fire it faster. But I still got through it, and surprisingly didn't take a hit, so... I then moved on to Legend of Zelda. Yeah, so Big 20, number 15, game number 11, Kid Icarus, had you go through all of World 3. Then, Legend of Zelda has you go through, well, Big 20, they had you go through. Second quest on Legend of Zelda, get 4 Triforces of your choosing. I had a hard time with this goal, just trying to learn it. I had the game, but I didn't play it much. Guess I just didn't have that much luck figuring out where to actually go with, like, maybe just an instruction manual at most, that I don't know if I really read that much. Yeah, I did momentarily pause there. So what I basically was doing in the background was actually just remapping controls on the second controller, quote-unquote. Because there's a code you can just basically input on a second real NES controller, up in A to just force game overs. In Zelda, typically want to use that, if you're allowed to just refill health in dungeons, or just warp back to the starts of dungeons, or just warp back to, like, your starting location on the overworld. So yeah, basically you can just use that to travel around the world faster. Also, another thing that really got on my nerves when it came to just running this in a marathon this game was just hoping to get bomb drops. Because for quite a few instances in dungeons, you will need bombs. You will not always get bombs off enemies, though. You could just lose, like, significant amounts of time just by being really unlucky with bomb drops. Just by having them not show up. Wasn't just, like, a skill issue I was having at first with Zelda, also, like, could have a luck issue. And yeah, this could happen in the race, too, where I just can't get bombs for 3 minutes. Also, not to mention, like, the whole, like, go and kill Aquamentus in Area 1 got scary pretty quickly. I got here on half a heart. So I just said, okay, fuck it. We're dropping 2 bombs on Aquamentus here and killing him, and then just... yeah, we're hoping we dodge all the fire, which we did. That's 1 Triforce, but that's one of the easier ones you can get. There was a boss that just started giving me even more hell when it was time to fight it. Yeah, like the next dungeon had a boss that you have even harder a time getting down. And then also wanted to learn the screen scroll trick. And that was the screen scroll trick, by the way. And yes, I actually got it first try. So that gave me like... That's gonna give me like almost no time to explain it. But yeah, basically, if you position yourself just right on one side of the screen, then turn around with down or up, and then just walk through the screen won't scroll. You'll just end up on the opposite side of the screen. So if you just fuck about a bit on the right side of the screen and just get the setup right, and then walk to the right side of the screen, you'll instead just pop back out on the left side of the same screen. I basically just skipped that river with that trick, rather than just having to walk around to get to that point on the map, which would have taken about a minute. And going into, like, okay, you gotta screen scroll in a few places. Going into that, I at least had to the fairy feet in Zelda 2 to compare it to. That being a trick where you're also just inching very close to the edge of a screen to just basically trick the game into just thinking you're going one way instead of another. Yeah, that trick also requiring you to get super close to the edge of a screen to just pull it off. Yeah, so the route that I ultimately just ended up following was off the quote-unquote intermediate tutorial that added the screen scroll. Okay, I got a little nervous after that hit from the sword, but I just said, okay, hit him and then leg it. And then there's the white sword, which just does more damage. Yeah. I wanted that so I can just get through, like, the rest of the game easier. And funnily enough, yeah, you need 5 hearts for it, and there was, like, one attempt where I just died trying to get a heart container, decided to skip it until realizing that you need that 5th heart container to have that white sword. Like, I literally did not remember that on one of my attempts in practice. Yay, bombs! It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough good RNG. Yeah, this is second quest, so just key locations have been shuffled around the map. So, for example, under that Armos is level 2. Whereas in first quest, it's not supposed to be there. Plus, of course, the dungeons themselves are different. Yeah, I think this is the one shaped like the letter A, and then the one was shaped like the letter E. I think 3 has an L shape and 4's got a D shape. And 5's shaped like the letter Z. Like, it's not an accident. Clearly that must have been on purpose, to make the dungeons all look like that. Yeah, an E, an A, an L, a D, a Z, if you rearrange those, what does that spell? Zelda! Yeah, because behind that wall there's a key I want. And yeah, with a game like this, there was also, like, so much for me to remember. I didn't really know shit about the map of the overworld or the dungeons, so... Yeah, honestly, I had to just download the maps, go into MS Paint, and just draw, like, lines, basically denoting the routes that I want to, like, remember. Yeah, basically just drawing lines throughout each of the maps denoting routes I want to take. Circling, like, items I needed to pick up, such as keys. And then just counting the circles, just to keep track of how many keys I needed to grab in each dungeon. To have, like, an ideal route without just forgetting anything or being too slow. Yeah, learning this was wild. And not to mention, like, some of the boss fights. And even, like, one room full of enemies was pretty scary, too. Yeah, Zelda was a pretty tough nut to crack, in my opinion. and you're basically seeing, like, the end result of all my practice. So I grabbed a recorder because, yeah, you need that recorder to access the third dungeon if you want that Triforce, which I do. And then making a second trip into 2 to actually just kill the boss and get the Triforce from here. I don't know why I picked up that clock and then just left the room. I'm just making sure I don't take damage here. I'm being extra careful to not take damage here, trying to just hang on to full health. And you'll see why I'm trying to just keep full health, like, at all costs. Even if it's going to slow down my run ultimately, just erring on the side of caution. You'll see why I'm trying to just keep full health. You'll see it shortly. I don't know, was maybe hoping, well, actually I remember that in this room if you kill all the Dark Knights you're guaranteed 4 bombs, so I take those bombs as a guarantee, and then it's on to the next boss called Gliok. Because I still have full health, I got a projectile attack, so I opt to use doorway strats. If you stand in the door frame without just leaving the room by accident, Gliok's projectiles would never touch you. So you can literally just camp from within the door frame to just kill the boss if you want and just have an easy fight. Which is what I did for most of it. Otherwise, you actually have to do the fight and it's not easy to learn. It definitely feels awkward to get good at Gliok, but I mean, you can get the hang of it, but it's not easy to, like, it's not easy to get the feel for it. So yeah, that's why I'd rather have doorway strats available in like a 4-hour marathon. We decide to heal again, just like we did for the second trip into 2. In case we need the health here, but I think it was more important that we took the heal just before going back into 2 for Gliok. Because you can get either a potion that full heals you or a heart container in this hole. Maybe it takes like 10-15 seconds to just grab it, but that could easily just be the difference between life or death, a potion that full heals you. So of course, like, I'm thinking, let's grab this because that could just let us, like, simply not die. And we don't want to, like, well, we want to be fast, but we want to be reasonable, kind of, with how fast we are. We're not that good at Zelda 2, not that confident in our ability to survive. We want the potion in case, I don't know, we fuck up catastrophically somewhere and then we just need a full heal to just not die. And then lose way more than 15 seconds on a death. So yeah, the recorder just revealed level 3. Yeah, first when I was doing practice runs of Z2, well, no, actually Zelda 1, for some reason I decided to not try and smoke the dongos. And then kind of just quickly came to see that was a bad idea. Because these are just actually guaranteed to drop bombs in sets of 4, so unless you really just can't put bombs into Dongo's mouths, you should leave that room with 8 bombs guaranteed. You should leave with 8 bombs. And there's gonna be like one room in particular where you really want to have as many bombs as you're allowed to have. Not in level 3, but level 4 is gonna like give you like one challenge where you really want the bombs handy. Well, here too, because yeah, you can opt to use one here too to quickly kill some Gorias. Because you have to clear that room out to open that door to the Triforce. And then we walk from like level 3 to level 4 basically. Even though it's like only one extra bomb, I still want as many bombs as I'm allowed to have going into level 4. And then, yeah, level 4 is under there for some reason now. Alright, there's the first dig dogger. So I place a bomb under it. Press start. As soon as I just select the recorder and gain control, I want to use it. Then select the bomb, and as soon as I gain control again, I want to use the bomb to just basically place both bombs, timing it so that as soon as, like, the recorder has been finished playing, the first bomb should go off, and then not too long after, the second one should also just go off and basically kill the dig doggers that split up into like 3 little ones before they can really start moving anywhere. That's like the ideal play to just make it an easy kill. Not to mention this room has dark nuts up the wazoo, plus a bunch of bubbles, specifically the orange ones that just make you unable to use your sword. Such a pain in the ass. So, yeah, that's why I want as many bombs as I can get. Just blast the ever-living shit out of the dark nuts if I'm not allowed to actually just stab them to death. Not to mention, these are just tricky to fight in general, because you can't just hit them like head-on. Plus, I think the blue ones do like 2 hearts of damage a pop, which is kind of a lot. Yeah, plus that room was... we were doing all that in the dark because we never got the candle prior to... yeah, prior to like level 4, we never got the candle, so all that was being done in the dark. But yeah, at least this room's a lot easier despite also being in the dark. Yes, I just remember where to walk. The room is not called an NSU room for nothing. Because, yeah, basically, like, that's the shape of the room, and thus that's how I remember, like, where to actually walk. I have only 18 rupees, I can't pay 50, so I just give up a heart container. Like, no big deal. We should be done the run in under a minute anyways, unless we really fuck up. Yeah, because we're being asked to grab 4 Triforces. We picked up 3 already. The 4th one is just a few rooms away. Unless we really mess up. Yeah, we should be good to go unless we really, like, mess it up. Take the whistle out, play it. As soon as we regain control after having played it, we equip the bomb, and as soon as we regain control again, we drop the bomb, and we left 1 dig dogger alive out of the 3 little ones, but no biggie. Just leave and re-enter the room, and for some reason you're still credited the kill anyways. And then I can move on to DuckTales. Everyone does the moon first. Apparently it has something to do with gravity on the first level being different due to a bug. Or maybe it's just to get the moon skip out of the way because you really want to be able to hit that. Because of just how much time it saves over actually having to play the moon as intended. Yeah, so likewise I go to the moon first as well. I assume everyone else did too. I'm assuming that's like a standard amongst DuckTales speedrunning. Get the moon skip out of the way first. And not have to do it later. So I go for a less than optimal but easier setup overall because I want to be sure I'm hitting this. So I set up that space robot in such a way that it's gonna just punch me. And then, yeah, as soon as I just start hugging the green barricade, I want to press left, turn around, but don't move too far left. Then just press down and B while facing left, and guaranteed every single time, once that space robot punches you, you just phase through the barrier and you do the moon skip. And you skip like about, I think, 2 minutes of content doing that. So yeah, the moon is basically just asking you, can you moon skip, and well, I got it. And then, yeah, it's basically just the rest of the levels from top to bottom. Also, definitely came as a little bit of a surprise. Just figuring out how Scrooge McDuck actually attacks stuff. So yeah, you gotta bounce on the cane for the most part to just hit stuff. Came as a real surprise. Definitely like something out of left field. But yeah, alas, I still got used to it eventually with time. And by the way, the game is short enough that, yeah, assuming you do the moon skip, the game is short enough that you can do the whole thing in like, I think some people can actually do it in under 8 minutes. I've done it like at least once or twice in under 9 minutes. So yeah, you basically have to beat the whole thing. You can do it on any difficulty, but easy is suggested because, well, it's easier. And yeah, actually, like, once I got used to just the basics, like, DuckTales ended up being rather easy to get the hang of. Once I got used to the basics, DuckTales was easy enough to actually do. Easier than Zelda 1, that's for sure. Probably also easier than Kid Icarus as well. And easier than Blaster Master 2, I think. I think this might have been like one of the easier things for me to learn how to do is this game. Also, yeah, try and go in the correct mirror. Yes, for some reason I have to go back here to get this key, but I think we spent all of like less than 30 seconds here getting the key. And then return to the mines. The African mines. I can just walk through now. I don't know what's further down the chain. I have no clue. I don't care, quite frankly, because apparently I don't need to know what's down there. Could be some hookers waiting for old Scrooge, but we ain't got time for that. Oh yeah, like, Another thing I just very quickly came to notice with this game was easy as hell bosses. Amazon boss was easy, Transylvania boss was a little trickier. Especially if it just decides to give you the finger by staying up high most of the fights, where you can't even touch it. African mine boss, really easy. Then this level definitely like made me go, oh wow. And I just realized that if you try and just use your cane in just nearly any place within the level, it'll get stuck in the snow and you won't bounce, you'll just get stuck. Which is obviously like not what you want to be doing. And apparently I've also found a nice little glitch that's not helping me at all. So when I went into the screen, I was just telling myself, okay, do not soft lock the game. Now's not the time to soft lock the game. Because I actually did mess that up. I actually did somehow like soft lock on this fight. When I was on the far right side of the screen, what I did was take damage that pushed me even further to the right. It actually pushed me through the wall and then I couldn't get unstuck. I just had to like basically reset at that point. So, yeah, we did not soft lock here. And then we have to actually go back to Transylvania to defeat the final boss. To get our treasures back. Yeah, so we got to like Dracula Duck here. When I first got here in practice, I was just telling myself, okay, I really hope that my skills with killing Dracula in Castlevania are going to carry over well to here. Because I'm definitely used to killing Dracula in his castle. That's definitely something I do a lot in Castlevania, but let's just see how well that like translates over here. And I ended up coming to be like pretty quickly annoyed with this boss. Sometimes he could just spawn bats in such a way that they're just next to impossible to bounce off of to actually reach them. Sometimes he may be nigh unreachable with where he spawns the bats. And you need to bounce off the bat to really reach him. But once you hit him 5 times, you just climb up this rope and then you take your treasures back and then you're done. 222, 34, 231, 30. I think I did that in like 856 or something. I think that was a sub 9 on DuckTales. And then yeah, our next game, Battletoads. I guess I just want to look at the duck press again really badly before switching games. Apparently you can't just mash start and you'll start Battletoads straight away. You gotta wait for a cinematic to play, so I think I lose a little tiny bit of time over having to wait on a cinematic to play. About like, I don't know, 15 to 20 seconds worth. So, yep, game number 14 in this lineup was Battletoads. The game that had me, like, by far the most intimidated with the prospects of having to learn. I don't know what truly is the hardest game on the NES, but Battletoads comes up a lot in that discussion. It's actually even harder if you try and get a second player involved. You would think the additional help from your partner would make the game easier, but surprisingly, no, like, game mechanics actually make the game harder with a second player. Of course, this level is just easy, way easier compared to like what else is to show up later in the game. And even then, I'm not doing it perfectly. Yeah, this was a game I was kind of hoping I could just outright avoid it, but if I really was serious about the whole Big 20 marathon, like, there's gonna be no getting around it. We gotta play this game. We gotta learn this one after all. We gotta learn the first 5 levels, because the goal is beat Surf City here, which is level 5. Thankfully, like, stage 1 is easy enough. And 2 is also not too bad once you get the hang of it. But after that, then comes the Turbo Tunnel. Even that basically just stopping a lot of players back in the day just dead in their tracks. And it's only the 3rd stage of the game. The infamous Turbo Tunnel only being like level 3, and you being required to beat the Turbo Tunnel in this Big 20. On top of everything else you've had to do so far, which has taken me already 2.5 hours to get to this point. And then I gotta run the Turbo Tunnel. Of course, this was really fun to just start like kicking the shit out of enemies in the Wookiee hole. Start having a lot of fun with this stage. Just beating the shit out of birds. Just taking out all my stress about having to deal with the Turbo Tunnel and just the later stages, the Arctic Caverns, Surf City, just taking out on these birds was fun. Yeah, so for those robots, what you want to do is just go into this ball and chain form, where you can just do these one-hit KOs, those attacks. Make sure your rope is straight. Basically hug the left side of the screen. Wait till like the ball and chain like starts appearing and just flashing. Then just tap B and just slam it into those robots for a one-hit KO. Even that like wasn't like obvious how to do the first time around. There was actually quite a few times where I was literally just pressing A instead of B and just basically fucking up by pressing the wrong button. Someone who's never played Battletoads, of course, would probably do that. And that someone was me. Thank fuck JC was the one who made the tutorial for this Big 20 to just teach us how to play it, though. Thank fucking God we got JC teaching us how to run this. I think his tutorial for the first 5 levels was a little under 2 hours, but still. Yeah, that helped a lot, just actually like getting me to figure out what to do. Alright, Wookiee hole is done, I'm pretty sure. Yep. And now we'll be coming up the Turbo Tunnel. And then a little bit further down here is going to be the infamous bike section. But first, just headbutting and just basically booting these enemies here. Making sure I'm just killing them as fast as possible, ideally. Yeah, so ideally you like to just take stuff down as fast as possible. You want to just like quickly double tap the direction you're running in and then press like B to either headbutt or just basically the boot that just sends it flying off the screen what you're trying to kill. So yeah, double tap B and then double tap B again. Well, not double tap B. Double tap left or right, depending on like which direction you're facing. And then like tap B not too long after the double tap left or right. But you're also, like, moving on, like, more than, like, one axis. Up and down, like, in addition to left and right. So that's another detail you have to just take note of while you're just moving around, trying to just, like, basically, like, do your headbutts and not miss your target. Make sure you're not too far up or down the screen to actually make sure you don't just miss your headbutts entirely. And of course, we didn't even get to, like, talking about the turbo tunnel yet. The most intimidating section, just by, like, word of mouth. Except it actually wasn't the most intimidating section. I got to the Arctic Cavern and found that even harder to get the hang of than Turbo Tunnel. Granted, I definitely needed to just still, like, really just play the Turbo Tunnel quite a bit to get the hang of that too, but I ended up finding this ultimately easier than what was to come after it. Particularly the Arctic Caverns. Funny. Yeah, truth be told, this tunnel just really comes down to memorization because, yeah, at least, like, everything is always going to be in the same spot every time you run this tunnel. Every hazard is always going to be in the same place, at least. Also, yeah, you can just hug the bottom left here and none of these things ever touch you. Apparently I missed that ramp. I messed up there. So I just have to replay a bit of the Turbo Tunnel again. Then it was like 5 jumps here across these holes. And then, yeah, this last part's definitely the hardest, where you gotta just really have a good rhythm to alternate between up and down. Here you just need a stupidly good rhythm to alternate between up and down. I think it's less look at the screen and just make sure you have the rhythm of alternating the up and down just right to clear that last section. And then there's the Arctic Caverns, stage that ended up even having an even harder time with than, well, yeah, Turbo Tunnel. Found this harder, personally. Especially even harder to go fast. Turbo Tunnel is just don't crash into anything. Arctic Caverns is way more complex than that. Also didn't want to stop that, by the way. Or do that, quite frankly. Oh yeah, this was also a real pisser, just trying to dodge these snowballs. Like, once I get up here, I'd be okay, but near the bottom, I wouldn't be so fine. Still, definitely more where that came from. So I decided to try to grab that ice cube, hoping to just clear this barrier out faster, and then until I just see the snowballs, and I just decided, nah, let's make this easy. Also, that jump is definitely tricky to get right. You know, when you're first getting into Battletoads, that's a tricky jump to get correctly. And then, yeah, there's also getting hit by snowballs, which is fun. Gotta learn all the snowball patterns, too, and just how to effectively dodge them. That, too. One up in case I need it. I'll still grab it. Even though I'm not dying too much right now. And then, yeah, I want this ice cube to come to a dead stop. But it slides back down, so I just opt to wait for it to come back up again. Try and land on it. then grab it in such a way it's not gonna like move. I'm just gonna carry it on my head and then just toss it here. And then it does that. I mistimed the jump, so yeah, I eat Spike. Basically, I just get killed by spikes. Still have like plenty of lives to work with at least. I did like the secret code to give myself 2 extra continues to start and been not dying too much. So I should still have like even more than 5 continues on hand, I imagine. Since every 100,000 you get like an extra continue to work with. I'm thinking I died like twice up to this point. Yeah, I died once on Arctic Caverns, and then that's Arctic Caverns. I died once there. Granted, I didn't go too fast. I just didn't want to die too much, and we didn't die too much. I was happy enough with just not dying too much, getting too many, like, deaths and game overs on Battletoads. I knew I wasn't going to be, like, mastering it quickly enough to go really fast. I was just, like, hoping we don't just die too many times. And for the whirlpools, you can actually just, like, hug the left side of the screen, then alternate between down and up to just dodge them. Yeah, that's where we get our stick back. And then there's the giant mole rat. I'm gonna call him the giant mole rat. Ideally, you want to basically knock this guy onto either the left or right side of the screen, then just juggle him with the stick until he goes down, but I actually have a really hard time with this guy. I actually have to wonder how many minutes I lost to this guy. Because yeah, I definitely had a hard time with him. Missed and then he just punched me back. No, I messed it up. I thought I was about to start juggling him, but I know I messed it up. I did not have a good time here with this guy. Yeah, I had even more trouble with the mole rat than the turbo tunnel in my marathon run. Go figure. Maybe we'll get him. Nope, I fucked it up. I had him right where I wanted him, and then I just fucked up the juggling. And then he got away, and then jumped on me. And then that happened on one of my other lives. Yeah, this is where I started dying left, right, and center. Then I got jumped on again, fuck's sake. Then I got jumped on again. And now I'm trying to get back to my stick just to finish his ass off. Then finally got rid of his ass. After just spending like at least 2 extra minutes trying to take him down. No, probably more than that. What am I saying? And then came the part with the mines in the water to just like dodge. Then came that. and I just basically like tended to the bottom of the screen as much as I could. Didn't work. Yeah, I still just basically stuck to the bottom of the screen as much as I could. Would only really just move from that bottom of the screen unless if there was like a mine down there. Otherwise, I try and just basically stay down there as much as possible. I basically just stay down there unless I literally had to move. And then, yeah, once the screen faces black, we're on Battletoads. So, yeah. We were like, okay. The game that had me, like, probably by far the most nervous just going into the marathon, and now it's just over with. Now it's just done. And then we go straight on to Castlevania. This probably being the game I'm best with, if we're being honest here. This is the game I'm probably best with on the games on this list. Yeah, of the 20 games on this list, this is probably my strongest one. Yeah, my PB is like 1141 still. I do want to get an 11.3x one of these days. But I got like 2 other speedruns planned for before that. So I don't know if I'll explain too much with Castlevania because, yeah, just gonna leave it at, I felt really comfortable going into Castlevania for the Big 20 after just spending like a couple hours just basically de-rusting. Mainly just like relearning how to do Flea Man Alley. And once I got Flea Man Alley down again, once that just felt like second nature once more, the rest kind of just followed. There's not too many hard parts if you're not going for scroll glitches. Not too many parts that stand out as exceptionally difficult that I should have to worry about. If I can do that boost, get the watch, should be fine. For like the early game, that should be basically a gimme. Should pretty much be okay until we get to like level 3. Of course I'm gonna go for the frame perfect back crit. Of course I'd attempt that, though I missed that. I just use the watch and just get this backup kill. Yeah, so level 2, if you're not trying to scroll glitches, is just really easy. Yeah, scroll glitch, basically, like, you just do some very specific movements as you traverse across a screen that just basically, like, corrupt the tiles that load, just further down said screen. Basically allow you to climb stairs in places you shouldn't just to reach certain areas much faster. If I'm not mistaken, JC is still 20 seconds ahead of everyone else in the world on CV1. I'm gonna go check that though. Someone got an 1103. I guess I'm wrong on that. Trisk. Got it 1 week ago. Yeah, first place, 1045. Second place, 1103. Third place, 1105. Yeah. And then 4th place, 1107. Of course, JC in first. 18 seconds ahead of 2nd place because he's JC. And then I just have to ask myself what those bird patterns are. I'm just like making sure I don't get knocked off into a pit or anything, because that would obviously be terrible. Oh, I got the potion drop, by the way, so that made this screen easier. Yes, I did get the potion. Yeah, so maybe level 3 had me a little bit nervous that I might, on the off chance, just die here, but even then still, like, it wasn't bad at all. May have lost time here, but... Okay, that was actually very interesting. I wasn't expecting the double shot to just show up behind me, so I basically kept on walking as it was never going to show up there, and then I just basically left it to just vanish. So that made this a little bit trickier to execute, but I still just did it anyways. Still did the glitch anyway. Still just basically insta-killed the mummies. And of course, I would go for the cave stick. Nothing to lose if I fail it. And I fail it, because the bat's too low. Nothing to really lose on a failed attempt, though. But 6 seconds to gain, roughly, on a successful one. The worst thing that could have honestly happened at this point was a random axe drop off of Fleaman Alley. Probably the single worst thing I could see happening to this run, and if it doesn't, then level 5 should be easy enough if I can keep the holy water intact. That really feels like nothing could go wrong there. I know level 5 without scroll glitches like the back of my hand, so should be fine with that. Of course, I just unlocked Frankenstein's monster. Just like the Medusa boss. And just like death, once we get to death. And yeah, speaking of which, the goal for Castlevania in this Big 20 Marathon was beat death. So yeah, we just ignore entirety of level 6. So like having to just like frame perfect, 2-cycle, bullshit, Dracula crit stuff. We don't have to do that here. Because you only had to beat death, so we didn't have to worry about like any crazy like glitches on Dracula. Since your run wasn't gonna go there. I don't know, unless for some reason you want to just beat Dracula also. Though it was not unnecessary. I don't know, maybe you just want to play through like extra content in the game, I don't know. I don't know, maybe like 4 hours isn't long enough for you or something. Alright, the stream's now gone on officially for 3 hours. That timer's gonna reach 3 hours in not too long. And by the time that has, we'd be on our next game, because I pretty much expect to have no problems running Castlevania, especially at this point in the run. And I'll just tell you right now that we have no problems with the death fights. It's just stun lock him with holy water the way I usually do, and yeah, like, it's just basically a free kill. Yeah, and that's how we kill death, the easy way. But yeah, I actually have to wait for that timer to reach 0, and only then can I just switch to the next game. Stupid timing rules are stupid. Doesn't make much sense. I don't know, why not just go with, like, on orb grab like everyone else? And then our next game is Little Samson. Start at the final boss, play the floating castle, then do the escape sequence. Of course, fighting all the bosses in said final castle also. So start at this quote-unquote final boss, run through the floating castle, which is, for the most part, a boss rush. And then the escape sequence. You literally start at the final boss. For someone who's never played Little Samson before, this was super intimidating to have to start on the final boss. I also pretty quickly found out through, yeah, just watching yet another tutorial. Surprise, surprise, I have to learn somehow. That this mouse is one of the best characters just to kill bosses with. But you actually have to be smart with your bomb placements, since there's a delay between when you press one, when you place one, and when you attack. Plus, the mouse just dies in the fewest hits, and has the least health of any of the characters you can play as. Though the mouse has a pretty appropriate name, KO. I'm pretty sure that's it, and I definitely didn't make that up. Yeah, plus the mouse is, like, also the fastest character. Yeah, plus he has to be the fastest one, too. Okay, I absolutely hated learning this boss. This boss was such a pain in the ass to learn. Yeah, I'm trying to place bombs to just quick kill death, but these ghosts just keep eating the bombs. Plus they keep damaging me on top of just eating the bombs, and I'm trying to just put on death here. And I think I still get out with like 3 points of health or so. Yeah, I still get out with 3 points of health after like 5 cycles on Grim Reaper. Then here's just go behind. Just jump with good rhythm to just dodge the projectiles that are firing behind Cyclops, since you're back there instead of in front, and then just, yeah, drop bombs the whole while. He won't move. Yeah, at least Cyclops will never move, so that makes that a gimme. If you can just dodge. And then there's, of course, there's just the risk of dying as the mouse and just losing him. Unless the game over or something, I think, so... I just was really, like, trying to make sure the whole run I'd never lose the mouse. Since, yeah, KO pretty quickly became my main means of just taking out bosses. and the other characters would just be like backups at best, in case I needed some backup strategies. In case the mouse couldn't just do like one specific thing, I'd just pull someone else out to help. I mean, yeah, I was using the mouse for most of the run. Even here on the dragon, I want to just put bombs in his face. Try and put as many bombs in his face as possible. And if the dragon would charge, make sure that I would just not get hit by the charge. And once the dragon comes down to about this height, yeah, I switch to Samson, because realistically speaking, I can't just easily pummel the dragon with bombs anymore, because I can't just jump to that spot without just falling in the hole. Also wanted the fast character because, yeah, the dragon just charge at you and can kill basically almost every single character, except for the golem, assuming that golem's at full health. But if the golem can't get out of the way to dodge anything else after taking face damage from the dragon charging, then he dies too. I mean, this would probably be faster with the mouse, but I just opt to go to the dragon because, I don't know, I don't want to risk just falling in the hole. I can just fly over like a lot of that platforming and just make it easy. Plus the mouse just has like more health for the boss. Less likely that'll go wrong too. Just more of a health bar on the mouse, that's also nice. So yeah, just drop bombs in this thing's face, tank a hit for only 2 points of health out of the mouse's 6. Then, more strategic bomb placement on phase 2 from KO here. I was actually very impressed with this kill that I got, like really impressed with that. Didn't think I'd clean it up that nicely in my marathon, but hey. Yeah, then there's the escape sequence. Now I gotta get all my characters out of the floating castle for good. Yeah, try to just basically tank hits here. But I mess up the escape sequence and die from explosions, losing the mouse. And then I see that I actually still have the mouse to work with, so my goose isn't cooked after all. I just lost some time off of death. But I can keep on trying the escape. I can just basically keep on going. Just have to exercise a little more caution since I'll have less health to play around with Samson, especially after that hit too. Also, yeah, the password that we used gave every character a potion to just full heal themselves. Just to basically make the whole ordeal a little bit easier. And then, yeah, just gaining more iframes to run through that barricade, because that insta-kills everyone, even the golem if they touch it. So just gain some iframes to run through that barricade, then just complete the run. And then game number 17 on our list was Chippendale Rescue Rangers. And I'm just actually sitting here doing nothing, waiting for the demo to play. Waiting for both chipmunks to land on the ground, and then pressing start, and then starting the game. Because if you do that, you execute what is called the RNG lock in Chippendale Rescue Rangers, which pretty much makes it so that every single enemy and boss is going to have the same pattern on every single run if you do that every single time before you start the game. Which already just made the run a lot less intimidating to learn, even though it was like you have to beat the whole game. I think I've done that in like about 11 minutes on average. Maybe 12. It's not a long game. You can probably easily get this in under 15. Eventually, like under 11 if you really just start like putting in the effort. Yeah, like when this RNG lock was discovered, people just came back to this game in droves from what I heard. Apparently somebody got a sub 10. Apparently someone has gotten... Okay, so there are some sub 10 times on the leaderboards. Yeah, I want to see what the Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers world record is. Apparently it's a 9:45 and 750 milliseconds. There's actually several sub 10 runs on the leaderboard. Wow. There's actually several. There's at least... Wow. Okay. Three-way tie for 39th place with 9:59 and 9:30 miracle seconds. Millisecond. Oh my god. 3 and some... Yeah. 9:30 milliseconds. Yeah, three-way tie for 39th place. Two-way tie for 42nd. A lot of people have done runs of Chip and holy shit. 340 at least. 397, oh my god. I mean, when you're running the entire game in Big 20s, and the game has an RNG lock that basically guarantee that enemy patterns and behaviors will be the same every single time you play the game, like, no surprise a lot of people are gonna flock to it. Over almost 400 people, like, and if I, like, also start running Chip and Dale and submitting my times to SRC, then we'll just be that much closer to, like, 400 runners on Chip and Dale. Who the hell got a 9:38 in 2011? It's not on leaderboards, so maybe the run is cheated somehow. Why would there be a random run that's just 7 seconds faster than the current world record? Why would there be? Back in 2011. And that run, the world record probably got, like, set in 2022. Unless it's just a task and the guy tried to pass it off as a real-time run. It's a task. This is definitely tasks. There are several cuts in the video. Speed. Did he seriously play the video at, like, 1.5 times the normal speed? I guess we can watch the fake Chip and Dale run some other time. Yeah, because, yeah, my guess is it was fake. Why would there be a run that's 7 seconds faster than the current world record that happened 10 years ago? That would make no sense. Makes about as much sense as the guy that can just jump through enemies to go faster by walking into them and got a time that was, like, I don't know, like, a minute faster than the world record in Super Castlevania 4. He said something about, I don't know, just going through the enemies to save time faster. Barry something his name was. Yeah, I could not believe that this random Barry guy was truly the fastest ever Super Castlevania 4 speedrunner. I mean, don't get me wrong, I got nothing against people named Barry. Alright, where's the results? Because I think right around this time, like, Pikachu, also known as Pikachu, actually finished the entire games list right at this point. I have to go find that comment with a guy who claimed to beat Super Castlevania 4 in, like, 30 minutes and 40-something. Pikachu had finished in first place with a time of, what was it again? 3 hours, 12 minutes, and 57 seconds, so... While I was just getting through Zone G in Chippendale, I saw my first, like, this guy is finished! And nearly 3 whole minutes ahead of second place, too, by the way. And over an hour ahead of me. Yeah, fun fact, this guy also has the world record in Kickmaster. Great game, but never actually finished it. Couldn't kill that final boss. Oh, and I guess speaking of which, the game itself was really easy to just do runs of, even if they weren't the cleanest. And also the bosses, for the most part, were just piss easy. For example, that cat with the coins. If you stand in the right place, the coins won't hit you, but the ball can still hit the cat if you throw it straight up. So, yeah, you do the math. For some reason, if you walk into that box for a couple frames, a crab despawns, and that's an ideal strat to just make Zone H easier. And then we get to this part. As, well, not Miley Cyrus. Miley Cyrus is probably... Has Miley Cyrus ever played this game? I don't know. As we would just say, like Miley Cyrus said, it's the climb. It's the climb. Sorry. Oh yeah, speaking of which, yeah, it was Takade who made the tutorial video for just how to beat Chippendale Rescue Rangers. So yeah, like, Battletoads tutorial was... JC did one that I learned off of. Takate did a Chippendale tutorial I learned off of. Overswarm, I'm pretty sure Overswarm was the one with the Chrysalis tutorial. Guy who knows that game by far, like, better than the rest of us. So I'm pretty sure it was Overswarm. I think it might have also maybe been Overswarm who made the Mega Man tutorial video I learned off of. Well, Mega Man 2 anyways, the second one. Also, yeah, fun fact, if you press A and B simultaneously when you throw those boxes, you're gonna get the box thrown at the right height every time. Just a little, like, just a little word of wisdom. I don't remember, like, who made the Batman video I watched. That was a while ago. Also trying to remember who made the Blaster Master tutorial I looked at, but can't quite put a finger on it. I mean, if you're in the Best of NES Discord server and you just look around the individual channels for all the games for Big 20 number 15, you'll just look at some pinned messages and you'll find some tutorial videos, and those are probably the ones I just used to just learn these games. So yeah, huge thanks to Takate, JC, Overswarm, and if I can even remember the other people who just put the time and effort to making solid tutorial videos for the rest of us to actually, like, be able to have a fighting chance. Oh yeah, Overswarm also finished before I got out of Chippendale. He finished with like a 3:15:25. 2 hours. No, 2 hours. There are definitely some people who finished 2 hours behind. 2 minutes, 28 seconds behind Pikachu, who got first. And Lack Attack finished 13 seconds behind Over, so he got a 3:15:38. Yeah, as in, like, one of the best Zelda 1 speedrunners of all time. Also put up an impressive result for this Big 20. He got 3rd place out of the 100+ people that attended. And then, yeah, Zelda 2. I was definitely stoked to play Zelda 2, even though it wasn't randomizer. Also, forgot to delete one of my other save files I used for practice. Sorry. But actually, no, I'm not sorry. Alright, where's the emoji? How many freaking people emojis are there? There he is. Yeah, just... I'm not sorry. Can I hide the emojis or no? Okay, I can't get rid of the emojis now. There we are. Okay, I hope my video is actually not too choppy because apparently I'm getting, like, yeah, not enough bandwidth or whatever in that message now. So I hope it's not too bad. The Chip and Dale playback doesn't look too bad. And that was just the game, the previous game. Yeah, so Zelda 2, though I pretty much exclusively run randomizer still. I felt very comfortable with Zelda 2 because I may not memorize the enemy locations the best because, yeah, I pretty much play rando where all that's shuffled around. You know, I'd also rather just be running around a just randomly generated map. I find that a lot more fun than vanilla. But, yeah, like, I feel really confident about being good enough at combat to hold my own in the palaces, so this run shouldn't be too bad, right? Shouldn't be too slow. Yeah, so just like I've been lately doing in Rando, I think I started that in 2021, where I just try to pile as much experience on attack as possible, because when I'm placing gems, like, you just get all the experience you need to basically reach the next level, no matter how much it needs to be. So let's say, like, I don't know, you're, like, need to get 3,000-ish experience to get to, I don't know, attack 6. And, like, I don't know, like, 500 something, you got to, like, magic 3. And then even less than that for life 3. So you cancel the level ups for life 3 and magic 3. So like you get to like, I don't know, 300 for life 3. It'll just come up with hypothetical numbers. You cancel that. Then you get your next level up at 500, which is the aforementioned magic 3. I just came up with a number on the spot. It's probably not the correct one, but still. And then you would just cancel that level up too, and then it would say next 500 something out of 3,000. So you could get like 2,500 points of experience for your attack 6, or just place a gem in a palace, and then that experience will increment to like 3,000. And then you take your attack 6. And yeah, pretty much that's basically like the go-to for Zelda 2 speedruns, to just get through the game as quick as possible. Even though your defense suffers greatly for it. I mean, if you're good enough, then, well, you don't need like too much life if you know exactly what you're doing. Plus, if you can just kill stuff far quicker than you should be killing stuff. Plus, if most enemies die in a few hits anyways, then that should already like mitigate the need for life also. I guess it wasn't meant to be. So yeah, I will place this gem and get attack 3 off of it, once that's placed. Yeah, just like that. Attack 3. Yeah, so I'm fairly good at combat in Zelda 2. I mean, I should be after playing a shit ton of rando seeds over the years. So that experience should carry over. Unless I'm in the dark, then just, yeah, good luck when you're in the dark. Not so much fun in the dark, though. Oh yeah, JC finished with a 3:19:52. So about, like, yeah, 6 minutes ago. Then, yeah, Ice Blue finished in 5th place. I thought it was Prissy in 5th, but that was probably another year. Ice Blue with a 3:21. So, before, like, I got to this point in the Z2 run. Stands in 6th, 3:22:12, also before I got to this point in the run. Prissy in 7th, if you follow the Mega Man Spud speedrunning scene, you will have heard the name Prissy. 3:25:27. Yeah, so I think I'll still watch the fake Task Chippendale run, and also see if I can find that comment from Barry. I mean, it's not the dumbest name you can give your kid. Okay, what would be the stupidest name to give to your kid? It can't be Barry. I don't know how many years ago or if this was true, but somebody decided to name their kid Meconium because they liked the sound of it when they overheard like somebody discussing it in the hospital. They liked the sound of Meconium, so they named their kid that. Which is the earliest stool of a mammalian infant resulting from defecation. Has something to do with baby poop. I think if that's not the worst name you can give your kid, then I don't know. I don't know if I'd have any luck finding the article where that was mentioned, because Read that like years ago. Like the worst baby names people ever came up with. Apparently somebody else named their kid Lexus. Yeah, as in the car. I mean, that's not that bad, especially compared to the baby poop. Oh yeah, also, yeah, we got the can. We didn't get the candle, so we have to run through Jump Cave in the dark, but... I knew there were gonna be, like, red Gorayas in there. Then on the last screen there was a couple of bats, and I might just be able to wing it with the bats anyways, and I did. The only enemies that are really that scary in Jump Cave, unless you have for like less than 3 attack, it's gotta be the Gorayas. And with 3 attack, I still should have a good chance at clearing them out rather easily, which I did. I guess I'll try to just talk more about the run or just chat if anyone wants to, because I don't think anybody came here to listen to baby poop. Yeah, these Octoroks are annoying. Oh, and I didn't even mention the goal for this run. Beat Palaces 1 and Palace 2. So yeah, as soon as I get out of Jump Cave, I make a beeline for Palace 2, since once I put the gem in there, I'm done. And then can just move on to the next game. Oopla finished in 8th place with a 327.05. Ahmad in 9th with a 327.43. Grayskull is gonna finish in 10th with a 331. So in about like a minute and 45 seconds from now, Grayskull had finished. Yeah, this is where, like, we start to have our game beeping because we're low on health. I don't know, I never liked the low health beep. I mean, I don't need that to remind me I'm about to die. Like, I can just sort of, like, figure that out myself by looking at the health bar. Yeah, plus the sound just gets annoying after a while. So I basically just, when I run rando, I have the option to turn it off, which I do. Yeah, here I think I kind of just run through. Well, I grab that key, because I need that key. Yeah, I also had to route the palaces as well, just remember, like, the first 2 palace maps. I have to remember these, because these are always shuffled in randomizer, so I basically don't get the vanilla palace maps. So I gotta memorize the first 2, which... 1 was very straightforward, 2 was almost as straightforward, 2 was not that bad to memorize also. I mean, there's like 1 key in 2 you can literally just skip if you forego Candle, which I've decided to forego. Because it's only Jump Cave that could just cause you some hassle in this specific goal, if you just forego Candle. Because, yeah, you're not going into Death Mountain, for one thing. Yeah, you wouldn't have to worry about Death Mountain in the dark if you forego the candle, because that's not in the goal. Alright, that knight just killed me. Yep, there's the glove, of course, which we need to actually get the Helmet Head's room. I've been live for too long. I decided to use shield here to make this room safer with the one with the blue skeletons, because these guys could decide to just jump wherever and then just sneak hits in on me by just jumping. Plus also those bullets I have to just pick off as well, so that's another annoying thing about that room. Well, I can't pick them off, I have to just dodge them or deflect them with my shield or something. So I decided to play it a little bit safe near this mini Goomba here, because I don't want to get clubbed in the face if I can help it. Yeah, that run, the Chip and Dale run, I'm actually watching a bit of it right now. The quote-unquote world record that happened 10 years ago is faster than the world record today. That climbing definitely looked like it was tasks only. Yeah, the climbing in Zone 0 definitely looked like it was tasks only. Already, like, just not convinced it's like a real-time run. That's a task 938. The climbing just doesn't really look natural to me. And fuck, like, I'm not, like, wow, and I barely ever ran the game. I already feel like the climbing doesn't look natural. Yeah, I'm gonna probably... I want to look for that Barry comment still. Maybe also see some other, like, strange comments I've gotten over the years. The I Can Spell guy, though, that was during a live stream. The I Can Spell with 3 L's. And then, yeah, here's Helmet Head. I'm trying to make sure I don't get clobbered by too many projectiles, because... yeah, I was actually on my last life at this point, so game over would have been an absolute disaster. Which I dodged because I cleaned up Helmet Head quite nicely. So after the gem placement, it was time to move on to the next game. But, yeah, I decided to take a piss after Blaster Master. So I took a piss, and then got to entering the Kid Icarus password, but... I kind of had to, or kind of wanted to take another piss again. Yeah, I wanted to take another piss, so that's what I went and did. I wanted to do so, like, after Chip and Dale, but I sat around for, like, 5 seconds and thought to myself, okay, we've waited too long. We'll just do it after Z2. Like, as soon as I just get that goal done, I'll just run for the bathroom, take a whiz. And... it felt like one of the longest pisses I've taken in a long time, because I was trying to just empty my bladder as fast as possible. Because I had, like, another game ahead of me. And if I, like, just take any longer than the 30-second break that we're all given, like, I'm not gonna get the time back. It's just gonna be, like, extra time wasted just on the shitter. So I think I spent about, like, an extra 30-ish seconds just on the toilet. Time I just simply won't ever get back. Yeah, so 3:36, yeah. We spent about, like, I think 39 extra seconds just taking our piss break. And then I start off the SMB3 run by dying on one of the first enemies and dying in the first level. So yeah, this run is already off to an incredible start. Like, this is exactly how SMB3 should be played. Like, you just take a piss before the run even starts, and then you just crash land into the first plant you see. Okay, what the fuck am I looking at in this Chip and Dale run? Okay, that does not look like a human playing. Yeah, like, just watching the guy climbing the platforms in Zone F does fucking not look like a human playing. Like, the guy is just basically just hanging on the side of one of those extending platforms, just jittering left and right. And just basically hovering, like, on the side of the platform, like, half a block down from where he should be standing. That does not look like a human playing. Okay, can I get this video on the screen for a second? Yeah, this here. Look at this. Tell me if what you're about to see, if that looks like something a human being can do. Tell me if anyone in the world can do that on an NES controller. This absolutely must be a task run. Like, come on now. I'm not even gonna watch the rest of it. I think that kind of just confirms it's a task. And now back to our regularly scheduled programming. If you had, like, any, like, doubts that, like, I don't know, like, that was done by, like, a machine or just done input by input, frame by frame with a task, then, well, I think that confirms it. Literally somebody who basically ran the game for, like, I don't know, 3 days maximum can just look at that and tell that, okay, this doesn't look like a human is playing it. I fucking ran Chip and Dale for like 3 days maximum, and I'm just looking at those inputs. I'm like, okay, this can't be a real human playing in real time. It makes no sense. Oh fuck, I even forgot to, like, bring up the goal for SMB3 in this Big 20. So yeah, while I was just looking at that chip and just talking about the fake Chip and Dale run, that's obviously a task, I grabbed 2 warp whistles, one to get to World 2 and one to go to... We're gonna go to World 5. You get the 2 warp whistles starting from the beginning of the game. Then the goal for this SMB3 playthrough in this Big 20, game number 19, Super Mario Bros. 3, beat Worlds 5 and 6. Any percent rules applies, so if you get, like, clouds and other items that let you skip levels, then by all means, skip levels. And then just hope you don't fuck up and then have to play the levels you skipped anyways. Yeah, personally, like, yeah, this is another of those games I played a lot as a kid, particularly, like, the All-Stars version. So I knew I was going to have a lot of fun with this, going back into, even speedrunning it, I was going to have a lot of fun with SMB3. So yeah, for one thing, the Mario games are among some of my favorites of all time, and then one of those favorites, among my favorites, is Super Mario Bros. 3, right here. But unfortunately I fuck up 5-2, so I have to take the long way through it. Actually, I have to go in the cave. Yeah, I had to do that extra stuff with the Buster Beetles. But yeah, still, this was really fun to just root the Worlds 5 and 6. One thing that actually ended up happening to a few runners kind of hilarious and also kind of not at the same time. Runners were just actually like running into a glitch that would just force a soft lock that had to do with one of those hammer brothers that moves across the map, and if you touch it you have to fight them, and the end spade that shows up whenever you reach 80,000 points. There's a glitch that can just occur that an end spade could show up, and then the hammer brothers could just do like a set walk, and if the hammer brother touches an end spade, the two items get stuck together and then just move across the map indefinitely, forcing a soft lock. But, like, with the route I take, that end spade would always appear on that pipe, and hammer bros could never touch a warp pipe, so if the end spade always appears on that pipe, you're safe from the soft lock. Also, most runs of SMB3 typically aren't, like, at the point where they're gonna hit 80k and risk just triggering a soft lock in World 5, because they won't be, like, they probably won't be that close to their nearest multiple of 80,000 if they've just either gone through the rest of the worlds before that, or they're doing 80% and they're not even going here in the first place. Yeah, so just with the choice of worlds that the Big 20 organizers picked for us, actually happened to introduce a pretty funny soft lock if you just weren't careful and weren't paying attention that you could just stumble into. Yeah, because there's two hammer bros and there's this little tiny area where like either one of them could potentially just easily touch the end spade by accident. Yeah, of all the places to just randomly like just get 80k points, that one is where we could get 80k points and thus risk a soft lock just cause. It was also said statistically that with 102 runners in the marathon, at least one of our 102 runners was going to run into that soft lock at least once. I don't know if that actually happened, but it didn't happen to me. I personally never ran into it. I basically just like looked at all the chat logs regarding the soft lock and people just saying like how to avoid it, and it was fine. Basically just read up like why it happens and how to like not like trigger the soft lock. Oh yeah, we're on the sky portion of this world now. So yeah, while SMB3 was a really fun game to play, even in the speedrunning sense, it was pretty damn hard to try and go as fast as possible. Granted, there are a lot of safeties all around the game you can just take. There are several item huts you can just grab items from if you're feeling like, I don't know, maybe you won't get through a given stage without taking at least one hit. There's power-ups, of course, on the levels you can just grab. Well, with slight time losses for each one, but if you don't die, that's obviously better than just dying like halfway through a stage. Or you could just get handed free one-ups. Even though, I don't know, if you're going for like a really fast time, you don't want this, because it takes more time to give you 5 lives than to just give you 1. Yeah, so on top of like power-ups, there's item huts. Even like spade tiles you could just try and get more lives from. End spades that could just hand you items. Yeah, there's just like lots of goodies just lying around the whole game. Of course, it's time consuming to grab all those, but they're there for you if you need them. So yeah, like SMB3 is pretty easy to like just beat in general, but trying to go fast is a nightmare. That's like another story. And I think I almost just died in the lava on this screen. And yeah, this run got off to a rough start, actually losing like 30 plus seconds before even like pressing start on the title screen. I took a rather long piss after Zelda 2. I didn't care as long as I wasn't dead. I mean, I was still just like telling myself, okay, don't mess up Boom Boom. Don't mess up Boom Boom. You don't want to like have to redo this level. And then I didn't mess up. Oh, speaking of the safeties, I decided to just go and grab myself a... Yeah, that's a flower I grabbed. I grabbed myself one of the items. I think I spent 10 seconds or something doing so. And then we actually get back to the levels we need to beat. I was thinking maybe for a second I wouldn't get hit, but nah, the Koopa touched me. And then next stage coming up, the one that seemed to just be such a pain in the ass for some reason in practice, 5-9. Don't know why it was so hard. So I gave myself a flower in case maybe like history would repeat itself here with the fire chomps. Oh, and then we just get the longer than usual, like, you got a card sequence where we get 5 lives again. And then by this point I'm telling myself, okay, if I game over now, I think I should just literally quit. Like, everything. If I game over now. I got so many lives, I shouldn't die 14 times. And then, yeah, because of the airship, which is an auto-scroller, so I can kind of just chill here for the most part. I can't go any faster than the game allows it. And I was telling myself, okay, well, there's a lot of cannonballs on screen. If you think this airship level is bad, like, just remember, you've already been through, like, some Aniki airship levels, so this should be, like, nothing to you. I've survived, like, Aniki levels, so that should be nothing, and I got through it just fine. I mean, Bowser's airship, sure, but did you ever see Interstellar Flight? I'm talking about, like, one of the Luigi's Adventure 3 levels. Which I did somehow beat Safe Stateless one day, by the way. Oh no, might one day also go back, do Charge Force, do the tank level as well. Could maybe do, like, all the X-World levels there. And then we go to World 6. Also, Princess gave us a cloud, which is gonna come into use later. Oof. My plan here is to typically just use the Fire Flower to clear those Patuis out, rather than have to just, like, sort of, like, sit around and just time my jumps accordingly to just not get pummeled by them, or spiky balls, or the plants themselves, but apparently one of the plants in the pipes had other ideas for me. Oh. Oh. That sucked, like, a lot. That was not so... Well, it was funny watching that back, but definitely wasn't funny at the moment that happened. I didn't want to die there. Like, come on, like, I'm trying to win the race here, or win as much as possible, because, well, we can't get first, like, Pika Pika already beat us to the punch by over 30 minutes. Yeah, so, just basically, like, yeah, doing that level now, without dying a second time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I never did manage a single run of Beat World 6 without at least one death in my practice sessions. Pretty sure I never did manage that. I think my closest attempt was I got the 6-4 and then just died from one of the tilting ledges, pushing me directly into a pit. And then didn't die after that. Also had one run where I just beefed it on 5-7 while screaming I got nowhere to fucking land. Also pretty sure I had a run or two where I died on the 3rd fortress in World 6. Definitely cost myself some good time there. Meanwhile, we're doing the 1st fortress, or we have done it. So yeah, I still have that one cloud of... I didn't, like, come up with the route to just where to use the clouds and where to not use them, where to use the hammer. Somebody else did, and I just basically followed said routes. Yeah, it was specifically this tilting ledge on that big ice block that got me killed. Oh, more lives. It was specifically that tilting ledge that got me killed on one of my runs. So the route suggested to cloud either 6-5 or 6-6 to skip that level. And then don't die on the Hammer Bros, otherwise you have to play that level anyways, if you do. So I got the other cloud off that Hammer Bros, so I used the hammer to knock out that rock, so I'm not doing 6-7. And then it's just definitely important that I don't die in this fortress, because if I do, I have to both replay this fortress and actually have to play either 6-5 or 6-6 to get back to said fortress. Because when you just skip a level with a cloud, like, it's not counted as a beaten, and if you lose, you'll get sent back to, like, the last level you cleared, so you'll be put on the wrong side of the level you skipped again. And if you don't have a spare cloud, which I clearly do, well, if I would use that cloud up, then I wouldn't be able to use it elsewhere. Let's say if I were to use it on like 6-5 or 6-6 after taking a death, then I wouldn't have one for 6-8. And as you can see in like the next 5 seconds, I'm going to use another cloud to skip another level. And then the P-Wing to skip, because you can just fly over the... Yeah, you can just fly over. Because just up here, that's basically just the pipe you come out of further down there, and that's just the end of the level. So it's a little underground level. You go on one pipe, you come out the other, but you can just fly over that giant wall. And then, yeah, we're already on the 3rd fortress. Still have, like, some hits I can take left over from using the P-Wing, at least. But not anymore. And now I'm just telling myself, okay, don't mess up, don't mess up. It's not fun trying to just, like, recover from a death on this fortress. Don't mess up. And then after this is just the airship auto-scroller, then, like, I think it's Iggy, and I'll just double-check. I'm pretty sure it's Iggy in SMB 3, like, World 6. SMB 3 bosses. Okay. Mario fandom, don't fail me now. Iggy Koopa, I know he's the first Koopaling in SMW. Anime. Super Mario Bros. Anime I'm not aware of. Holy shit. I think I gotta watch that. Appearances. Super Mario Bros. 3. 4th boss of the game. And he's the first boss in, yeah, in SMW1. SMW1, yeah. Is Lemmy the one with the balls? I think so. Boss of... yeah, Lemmy's wrecking balls, not Iggy's wrecking balls. Yeah, Lemmy's the one on the balls. Ride a rubber ball around the room, then use a stolen one to generate more rubber balls. I have to just jump on Lemmy 3 times, and then this happens. Balls. 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 And yet, that airship flew back far enough that I actually had to start... and then I had to play 6A, and then I do that. Okay, that's not gonna help me in the long run, but that was pretty fucking cool. The way I clicked that was sick. That's not gonna help, but that was just cool to see. I literally didn't even try to just slide through the block. That's just awesome. So I just had to quickly, like, get through 6-8, get past the H made out of blue blocks that apparently, like, according to AVGN could stand for hell. And then, yeah, there's the airship. Yeah, so it was Lemmy that just had me, like, got my... yeah, it was Lemmy that got me, like, ass kicked. Yeah, basically, long story short, it was Lemmy who kicked my ass, not Iggy. So yeah, like, first things first, I knew I was gonna have to just ride the airship again. And then could have also messed that up, too. That would have been, oh god. Could have just died again. Yeah, first things first, there was riding the airship, which is an auto-scroller, so probably at least a good minute or two just spent just sitting here on the airship, waiting for the auto-scroll to finish. Plus the time just spent running across the overworld map, plus having to just dive into an extra level to beat that too, because the cloud didn't mark it as complete. But the airship traversed past that point where 6-8 was. I was on the right side, airship was on the left, so yeah, I had to run through it. And now I'm just telling myself, don't get wrecked by the wrecking balls. And then I got him on the rematch, which felt so good after just completely blowing it on Lemmy. Yeah, my first, like, real, like, wipeout in this marathon was probably Chrysalis game overing on the Sealed Cave boss. And then nearly having done that a second time in a row. Could have been even worse. I nearly wiped out 2 times in a row on that Sealed Cave boss. And then I just proceed to also, like, beef it on Lemmy in SMB3, like, almost 4 hours in to the gaming session. Yeah, nearly 4 hours into the whole, like, run. I just beef it on Lemmy and lose about, like, I think 2 to 3 minutes there. So after Worlds 5 and 6 of SMB3, it's Mega Man 2 Wily stages. With the password to, of course, start the Wily stage unless, I don't know, you want to just give the viewers extra content and just play through the 8 Robot Masters anyways. Nothing stopping you, but not recommended if you want to play Swell. So, I don't know, why do I feel like I've seen this before? Why do I feel like I did something like this before, almost 4 hours ago? Wow, this stream has been live for 4 hours. I mean, I knew it was gonna be, because that's how long, like, I took like more than that to just do like all 20 runs. Yeah, 20 games. I highly doubt I'm gonna sit through like another of my streams if it's this long ever again. Unless it's, I don't know, maybe another Big 20 performance or something in the near future. Yeah, so Mega Man 2. I played Mega Man 2 like once. I did do the Wily stages. Never did speedruns of the Wily stages though. I also know you can just do zips to get through certain screens faster with precise item 1 placements and just getting Mega Man stuck in the ceiling, but no, that was not something I decided to go for. I didn't bother with the zips. It was just like one more thing to learn. It was already really just like short on time. I was already really running low on time, so that was just another thing I was gonna have to learn, so I didn't bother. Would have only just made things even more complicated than they already were. Yeah, so I'll admit 6 weeks was like 6 weeks is plenty of time to learn like 20 runs, because I actually gave myself half that amount of time. I spent the first 3 weeks after the game list got announced actually just trying to push that Castlevania 3 Cypher run as low as I could. Or just trying to get a world record. Well, actually, no, I was trying to just get a world record on that, and I basically, like, 2 weeks into, like, everyone else having started their Big 20 practice. Well, most people having started their Big 20 practice 2 weeks ago. At that point, I decided to basically just give myself 1 more week to get the Cypher world record back off of Kutsu. And no matter what happens, after that week is over, I'm gonna just start playing, like, the games in the Big 20, practicing for that instead. I got my world record on that Friday of that week. And then, just come Sunday, when Sunday rolled around, it was on to the Big 20 practice, with 3 weeks to go before the big day. So 3 weeks, basically 21 days for 20 games. I'll let you do the math there. And most of those are just games I like never even heard of, let alone done speedruns on, so I'll let you do the math there. And this what you just saw for like the past 4 hours was the end result of all of that. Okay, I go quick man here again. I later see people running like Woodman to just clear these, I'm gonna call them, I don't know, I'm gonna call them screws, to clear those out as quick as possible. For some reason I just went with Quick Man, because his attack is pretty straightforward and simple. Can move while attacking, which is a huge plus. Why not just Quick Man whenever possible? But apparently Woodman is better on that screen. Also, watching back some of the other runners, I then just realized I could have just used Flashman here to just pause time so those crushers would never move. So I could just ignore them entirely, but it didn't occur to me until after everything was over to just do that. Some other little things I missed throughout the marathon that could have helped me out, even though I don't think it really came up. Super Mario Bros. 2 had a very easy 1-up location I just never remember to pick up. Zelda 2 also had a 1-up location, but I didn't need it ultimately. I do think I could have maybe just played more aggressively with an extra life to work with though, so probably would have been for the better if I remembered a 1-up location not too long before entering Helmet Head's place. And then there's Wily 3. Yeah, quite a few of these Wily stages, or at least some screens of the Wily stages, really don't have you thinking too hard or having to try too hard to just beat them. Yeah, a good chunk of Wily 3 is just very straightforward and simple. I'd say like Wily 4 is where the Wily stage part of the run gets really interesting. I see things only start to get super interesting at about Wily 4. Then we got this guy coming up. My mashing could have been way better there. That was a sloppy kill, but hey, I still got through it. Yeah, this stage is where things get interesting. Well, that is once the platforms show, the moving platforms show up. Yeah, there's a few false floors. There's even a false floor on this screen, which actually leads to the spike pit if you're not careful and you just fall in it anyways. Yeah, it starts down here, basically. Yeah, down here with the platforms is where it starts to get interesting. Of course you can ride the platforms, but that's slow. And I want to go faster. In fact, you can even just damage boost to gain invincibility frames to run through the spikes. Granted, you got like limited time frame to just run through those, but yeah, you can run through those to just basically help you get through the screen faster. Of course, if you run out of iframes on the spikes, you're toast. Simple as that. Yeah, then it's on to this last hallway with Sniper Joes and robotic legs before Boo Beam Trap. Which I'm just like mentally preparing myself for because that's just like pretty shitty boss by design. Yeah, I forgot about this guy and then I just basically saw like what the fight was like. You pretty much can't really waste any Crash Fan ammo. If you do, you basically make it unwinnable to fight. That is a good bomb placement, though. It clears out one of the Boo Beams, plus that also clears out one of the barricades as well, to just let you hit one of the other Boo Beams sooner. Trust me, I didn't call this the Boo Beam Trap. This is not my doing, trust me. Guessing someone over in Japan has a good sense of humor. Here's where I get to like really low health, so I just use up one of the energy tanks I had to spare. This password gives you 2. Plus I picked up one in Wily 2. Just on the way here, I grabbed one also. Oh yeah, then it's the refights. Gotta refight the Robot Masters. That's why I ended up ultimately settling on the bottom left corner and then just going through those teleporters to the different bosses clockwise. Grabbing health just as much as I needed it. Just to, like, ensure we don't die or anything. I do this the slow but relatively easy way. Then just wait for him to just jump right there in front of me and then just wood man finish him off. Because wood beats air, according to like rock, paper, scissors logic in the Mega Man universe. Wood beats air. I guess because bubbles are made of water, or has something to do with water, that's why Heat Man dies to bubbles easily. I think that's Flash Man, who dies easily to metal. And then Metal Man, whose one of his weaknesses is, well, metal. If you need to remember that, there's an Anvil song called Metal on Metal. Just think of the Anvil song title to try and remember that. Then Crash Man dies to Air Man rather easily. If I can just get it to fucking hit. I had trouble getting that to hit, and that's gonna be like a theme with Quick Man as well. Even though just watching back some other Mega Man 2 runs at this point in the game, honestly I think I would have been better off just using the default weapon here than this. I mean, look at me just missing all those shots. But no, I just settle on Flash Man to just finish him off. Once I get him below half, I just do that to just basically force the kill. Well, probably just significantly faster, just got him down with the default weapon. That didn't occur to me until after this was over. Yeah, one more refight and then the wily, like, spacecraft boss, I'm gonna call it. So it looks like one. This thing. Yeah, basically just diagonally spam throw metal blades to just pile on damage. And I guess use an E-Tank if you need to. And then, yeah, we were pretty much just, at this point, one alien fight away from finishing the entirety of the Big 20 list. And yes, Bubble Man just uses the Bubble E to defeat the alien. I think maybe also your default weapon, but you're just better off with Bubble Man if you have it. And we certainly do have Bubble Man to work with here. This fight was interesting, to say the least. I still got through it, but it was an interesting fight. I have full health, and then I do that. And then I suddenly lose more than half it in one shot. And then eventually I figured out why. It's because I actually touched the alien. If you hit the alien itself, it hits you for well over half your health. So you don't want to hug the alien. Yeah, I think it was like 3 to 4 days after I did my Big 20 run that I was gonna say Big Something. Big Someone. Summoning Salt put out his History of Mega Man 2 World Record speedrunning video where basically just that's where like it was just confirmed that you shouldn't hug the alien. Okay, the Twitch stream, like, literally, the VOD just ends, like, in, like, 40 seconds or something. So I'm probably gonna end the stream just as soon. But yeah, I guess if you want to hear any final thoughts from me on this Big 20, it was easily the most fun I've had. Like, it was the highlight of that weekend by far. That was by far, like, the highlight of last weekend. And even after, like, I finished my run, it didn't actually stop there. There was also just the joy of... There was also the excitement of just watching everyone else finish, too. And then there was, like, at least one or two people who basically just went into, like, the next day still trying to finish their runs. Yeah, we actually did get a few people who basically just went into Sunday trying to just finish their runs and finishing them. One person who went even longer. Yeah, so if I want to just go further down, like, the list, I finished in 41. I finished in 41st place. 41 out of 102. Like, 90 people actually finished this list of games. 12 people forfeited. I got, like, out of the 90 people that finished, I got 41st place. Well, 41 actually out of 102 because 12 people dropped, so automatically placed above the people that dropped. And yeah, keep in mind, this was my first Big 20 ever, and also gave myself, like, half the time that we were all given to just learn these 20 games. So definitely, like, still feel proud about this whole, like, run here overall. Even though there are definitely, like, things I had missed in the 3 weeks of practice. Definitely started to see, like, things I just missed and wished I hadn't missed. After just watching, like, top runners and just pretty much anyone else really just running through these runs. I don't know, don't really have much else to say right here. Yeah, there was, like, one or two people. There was, like, two people who actually, like, went into the, like, 20-hour mark. Trying to just basically, like, take down the entire list of 20 games. I mean, like, I thought, like, 4 hours was going to be a crazy, like, time sink to just do 20 games. Like, a 4-hour gaming session. I really, really don't do that often, just 4 hours in a row. Imagine, like, 20 plus. Like, holy shit. And then, like, props to anyone who actually just spends, like, 24 hours and actually, like, gets through the whole, like, list of 20 games. I mean, it's not impressive at the fact that, it, like, pretty much everyone else, like, took, like, 20 hours less to beat you, but more impressive due to the fact that, well, like, you basically, like, did not give up for, like, 20 plus hours straight. And I can imagine I probably would have just given up, like, myself if it got to that point. I probably would have just, like, noped out and not bothered finishing. I mean, honestly, it was, like, less about, like, just how much time it would start to take, like, FedAPG to just do the Big 20, but it was just, we were all really hyped to just, like, hear the announcement that FedAPG, despite him taking, like, 24 plus hours to do it, had completed, like, the Big 20 game list. And then we got, like, the guy behind him, the Nest Master, ironic, with a time of 52 hours and 12 minutes and 54 seconds. I mean, like, well into Monday or even Tuesday, I was just checking to see, like where he was with the games list, and quite a few times I checked back and see that he's on this commercial break, but I didn't see any commercials, so I'm not 100% sure what that's about. But still, like, automatically gonna place above the people who just quit and didn't finish in the first place. So that's something, like, just literally just spending, like, all this time not really caring you're that far behind, just pulling through and just finishing anyways. Which, yeah, obviously I find that impressive in its own right, even if you're going to place very low. Still. Yeah, like most of the like people in the Big 20 community were hyped to see him finish, and quite frankly, well, so was I. So yeah, all in all, like had a lot of fun, just not just like playing in the Big 20, but also just watching like some of the other people just finish it. Runners, the Big 20 organizers also did their best to get everyone on screen, but none of my gameplay ever actually got on screen. But I was pulled in for an interview just to basically like answer some questions, just some more discussion about like the whole Big 20 marathon race after it was done. So I did technically get on the stream for like a couple minutes, so that was something. Where I was basically discussing with, I think it was, I don't remember who the commentators were, but I was discussing with them like the very few games I actually knew how to like speedrun. And most of this, I was basically starting from square one with 3 weeks to work with. I gave myself 3 weeks. Spent the first 3 just trying to push Castlevania 3 Sypha. And as soon as that was out of the way, it was Big 20 practice time. 3 weeks to do it. And most of these games I've never even touched before, let alone done speedruns of, compared to some of my competition. In stark contrast to some of my competition, actually, where quite a few of them might have actually done runs of all 20 games already. So yeah, I'm definitely going in at a disadvantage, but I didn't set my expectations too high. Obviously, I knew I wasn't going to get first. But I did at least end up in the top half, and would have had a top 40 finish if it didn't just beef it in SMB3 on Lemmy and lose like 2+ minutes. Or beef it on Chrysalis. And God forbid I would have died there twice. So yeah, all in all, I still was overall satisfied with the run I did, even though I know it could have been much better in many places. Also, my Batman was definitely slow. Like, I never was really that good at Batman, and not sure when I will be. I mean, maybe if it's brought back for a future Big 20, I'll have more incentive to just get good at it. I mean, I figured out Castlevania 3, so I don't know, anything could happen. So yeah, to JKL and basically everyone else who played a part in putting together the Big 20 Marathon that happened 5 days ago, thank you from the bottom of my heart, because that was by far like the highlight of last weekend. And also just in general, like a highlight of the 3 weeks before that, just leading into it. Just blitzing through all these games. I basically get home from work or school, and then I just have like another game to just start learning. I just watch practice. I just watch a tutorial, spend some time practicing, and then just boot up a stream like 2 hours later, and then try and just get a few runs in before I go to bed. And then basically just sort of repeat the process the next day. And then the day after that, trying to like not miss a day as much as possible, because it was basically getting to a point where we had like a week left to learn like 8 games. Or technically 7, because Castlevania I don't think I need to learn too much. Just basically de-rust more than learn. So yeah, we did pretty quickly get to a point where I basically just had to like just do like 1 game per day. So of course that didn't really leave much time to just optimize. Just basically left me the bare minimum amount of time to just get somewhat decent at like 20 different runs. Which, I don't know, basically anyone who does that, anyone who can do that, is just basically doing that in general is just impressive in its own right. Even if the runs are of like not the best quality, still just like figuring out like how to run through 20 different games to some extent, impressive in its own right to anyone who can pull that off. Even if like you finish behind me, like you learned 20 games, that's impressive in its own right. I have nothing else to say there. Considering like the challenge that was for me, like of course I would know that, yeah, that's very impressive. Alright, so at 4 hours 30 minutes I'm gonna sign off.